We're starting with an opening prayer. I would like to call any of our mother in the Lord that is led by the Spirit. I want to very gender sensitive today. You know very well that the majority of you that are even here seated are mothers. I cite you because I want to perform prayer today. At least to be on record. All times we have Christian prayer. Anyone.
In Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for an opportunity to gather again. Thank you because none of our members are buried. We thank you because we are alive and healthy. Accept my thanksgiving in Jesus' name. Even as we go to the cooperative meeting today, Father, let our declaration be fruitful in the name of Jesus. At any point of the life of this cooperative will not scatter in the name of Jesus. All of us that are putting our money there, we have good dividends for our investments in the name of Jesus. The experts will not will direct them aright in Jesus' name. In Jesus' mighty and powerful name, we are free. Amen.
God bless you, my sister. What a wonderful, brief, and spiritual portion prayer. Having observed the commencement of today's meeting with an opening prayer, the next on the agenda, I hope we have distributed the agenda. The next on the agenda will now be the reading of minutes before the adoption. Please, Secretariat, reading of the minutes, please.
This is the minutes of the Congress meeting held on 2nd September 2021. The Congress meeting commenced with opening prayer by Officer of Power Holiness at 11:52 a.m. The President of the NSCDC Staff Cooperative Society, NSC Adibara commends every member for their relentless support for the ongoing administration and pray that God will always arise for their support also. He then called on the Secretary for the reading of the last Congress meeting. Reading of the minutes. The Secretary read the minutes of the Congress held on 14th April 2021. The President then asked for observation on the minutes read. Since there was no observation, the President then called for adoption of the minutes. Adoption of the minutes. Officer Polinos Ikechukwu Opara moved the motion for the adoption of the 14th April 2021, while Officer Kitondele Rudin Aramide seconded the motion. After which the motion of adoption was moved, the minutes was hereby adopted. President's opening speech. The President of the NSCDC Staff Cooperative Society, NSC Adibara Germany, appreciated every member for their attendance. He said this is the second Congress since the assumption of the office as the privileged president of the society. He said there are touches to our traditions. He also said with the help of God, he will justify every confidence reposed in this administration. He then assured the members that their welfare shall be paramount in this administration. Product presentation. Ms. Iyaniwura presented massager, blood pressure monitor, and acupuncture health products. Engineer Ismail presented solar packages and installation. Mutual Benefit presented different insurance policy. Mr. Christian Ebene presented 5 antioxidant herbal drink products. Odoshua presented annual savings plan and insurance policy. Michael Obadan from Zenith Bank presented partnership with the cooperative in offering loan facility. Officer Okpara Polinos asked for the branch of Zenith Bank they came from, and they said Bodija branch. Officer Oyeshola asked on bridging agreements reached after due to change in policies, and he said changes in policies and monitoring is done by the central bank and no bank can do otherwise. Also, Adelemi Amo presented for Unit Trust Insurance. The president then asked the Congress if the executive should partner with the banks on behalf of the society, likewise the insurance. Officer Oyeshola asked on insurable interest, while Officer Akinton Demiridin said our investment needed to be insured. Officer Adeleke Yekini advised that in every transaction there should be a legal document so as to seek redress of any issue in the future. Patron opening remarks. The Oyo State Commandant, who is also the patron of the society, Commander Adaralewa Michael, advised that we should embrace the unity that has kept us thus far. He reiterated that Oyo Cooperative is the best among other commands, and this prompted him to join the cooperative earlier as a member. He saluted the executive and said they are dependable. He also charged them to take cognizance of their integrity. He now advised them to always live up to it. He also advised that through diverse investments, there will be exponential results in dividend sharing. The commandant also advised the member to try as much as possible to live within their source of income and pray for a fruitful celebration. Woman housing. The president called on the woman director, Mr. Ayo, thanked the society for their support so far on the housing scheme and said this is the third time. He said the house is now 85% completed. He said we don't value what we have. He said the current value of the housing project now is 10 million plus. And the construction of the road to the estate is ongoing. He said the first 50 units will be completed before October 2022. Officer Olamide said, though at the commencement of the project, she doubted its actualization, but she now asks for how to be a beneficiary. Officer Oyeshola immediately that the director should try and make the housing applicable before December 2021. Updates on NSCDC microfinance bank. The president updated the House on the outcome of the Abuja trip by all the signatories and financial secretary on microfinance bank. He said they showed the list of all contributions from each state's command and Oyo command contributed the least amount for 500,000. He said the consultant that commenced the process was reported dead and they had to contract another consultant. And the state command was asked to make contribution for his 12 million consultancy payments. And every state chapter had to pay the sum of 650,000. This amount has been deducted from the remittance. He also said there is an increase in capitalization at the CBN for opening of microfinance from 20 million to 200 million. They concluded that very soon there will be implementation of the project The director of the board will be determined by the zonal officers, and each safe chapter shall be carried along as the events unfold. Officer Yekunle Oyeshola said, though there is benefits in the scheme, but there are disadvantages, and there is nothing we can do. Officer Pidore said, not all the vendors are cooperative, but cooperative is under civil defense, and we should be careful in how we handle the directorship issue. Officer Paulinus Opara said, if we can control little, if we can control little about it, and he said we cannot, Officer Opara Paulinus said, if we can control little about it, and move on to a profitable agenda. Officer Adeleke Yemini asked about the decision of the executive on the matter. The president said he engaged them on using 22% as the sharing formula, and he gave the advice of sharing it equally among the 36 state commands, and the executive position on the rotational method of the board of directors. The president said he asked on the basis of tenure, and he said minimum of 2 years. Officer Adeleke Yemini then raised motion that there should always be funds available for borrowing of loan before venturing into microfinance bank. The president said the money was deducted from our remittance, and taking our schedule to IPIS was due to defaulting members, retiree and death benefits. The president said the Congress has domesticated contribution of 500 for retirees and demise members to 250,000 per beneficiary. He said many members will not qualify for the benefits due to attached conditions, which are 1. 5% of retired members' monthly salary must be his or her monthly savings. Number 2, the savings must be consistent for a period of 5 years. The president then threw it to the House for deliberation whether we increase our savings for the benefits of our members. Officer Oyeshola said, statistically, we can deduce each member's contribution so as to know his or her monthly savings and what he or she can take as benefits. He then moved motion for increasing in savings, and Officer Adeyemi Paul seconded the motion, while Officer Olaniyi countered the motion based on his ambiguity, and Officer Adeleke Yemini seconded the counter motion. Officer Leton Oluwabusayo suggested asking other command on how they are doing it. Officer Olaniyi supported the consistency for 5 years and consistency of the minimum savings. Officer Adeleke Yemini added that there is nothing to be afraid on the bylaw. Officer Paulinus Opara said there is extant law that cannot be jumped, which is 5% of monthly salary as savings, and in going forward, 5 years consistency is a laudable idea. He now suggested the usage of the minimum savings to serve the individual. The president then suggested 5-man committee to look into the issue of retiree and death benefits, and increase in shares, investment, or savings. After more deliberation, the House threw it into vote, and those in favor of nominating committee took the day, and the House nominated 5-man committee to critically look at every opinion and suggestions raised. They are 1. Officer Opara Paulinus, 2. Officer Olaniyi, 3. Officer Oyekunle Oyeshola, 4. Officer Adekunlola Victor, and 5. Barrister Akinwande Titilola. On the increase in savings, the House resolved to increase minimum member savings to 3,000, and commencement date to be September 2021. An increase on share and investment to commence on 2021 pre-AGM. Updates on Polaris Bank issue. The president updated the House on the Polaris Bank long-standing unresolved issue on accrued interest and failure of the bank to deduct for the society again. He said the bank is here to communicate on their position since April as regards the issue. On the issue of society monthly deduction, the president said the bank failed to deduct again for the society due to indemnity fund which all members at Polaris Bank supposed to pay. Officer Ajagbesonde said there must be plan B on Polaris matter and IPPIS should be a consideration. Officer Adeleke Yemini said information should be publicized more. Officer Akiyemi Kusau said IPPI is the only solution to the Polaris issue. He recalled the issue with First Bank that despite some people feel the indemnity form, they still fail to deduct for us. After much deliberation, the House resolved that all account holders with Polaris Bank should come to the Secretariat to sign the form, or otherwise be moved to IPPIS. Updates on cooperative projects and investments. The President updated the House on all society projects. Number one, insurance. The President asked if the executive should look into the insurance issue and report back. The House agreed that the executive should look into it and report back to the House. Number two, pure water factory. The President updated the House that the production has commenced in the pure water factory. He said recruitment of staff has been done and all necessary things has been put into place. Officer Okefatai asked what the executive is planning for the command, since Commander has stopped people from selling another brand of water within the command, except Aqua Civil Water. The President responded that the executive is planning to open Aqua Civil Water depots in the command in collaboration with the welfare department. POS service. The President said the business is progressing and in due course the executive shall fully update the House on the profit making so far on the investments. Cooperative pitching. The President updated the House that the patron has graciously approved 28th September 2021 for the commissioning of the society cooperative pitching. He also said that there are conditions for those who will be using the kitchen, and there will be full tickets for those who do not have cash at hand. Officer Adeleke Yemini suggested night service and weekend services to be included in the conditions. Digitalization. The President rolled out the advantages of digitalizing the secretariat. This includes individual members can monitor their account through phone, complaint center, advertisements of members' products on the website, chatting room for all the members, e-voting, available cooperative land, Alapata land along Akiyele Shaki Road for 350,000. Number two remaining plots at Badeku for 475,000. AOB. Officer Opara Polinos commend the executive for the investment strike. He said the investment is not viable. It is our own fault and our support is necessary. Officer Yekini advised that we should get marketer for our investments. He also advised that both shares, investments and savings should be used for collection of loan. Officer Abidele advised that we should get land for interested members in Ogun State and Osun State. The President said we shall look into it. Motion of adjournment. At 4:07 p.m., Superintendent Adeleke Jimoh moved the motion of adjournment of the meeting till later date, as seconded by Officer Obademu Jelilat. Closing prayer. Officer Adeleke Jimoh offered the closing prayer in Islamic way. Thank you. Allah Jesheku.
Please, can you help me give a round of applause to my secretary? Sincerely, I'm really impressed. Because factually, all the issues discussed in the last Congress was captured and structurally presented. On this note, I want to call, having listened to the readings of the minutes of the last meeting, Congress meeting. Any observation, suggestion, opinion on the just read minutes? Most importantly, some of us that was available, or that were available in the last Congress meeting. Let us observe before we adore the minutes. In case I tell you anyway. I doubt there is none. So, in the absence, there are here.
Thank you, sir. On the updates on NSCDC microfinance fund, where it was said that Officer Polinos Opera said if we can control little about it and move on to a more profitable agenda, the view of Officer Polinos Opera was not well captured in this statement, and the statement is not bringing much meaning. However, to situate it well, Officer Okpara said that if we cannot have control over the microfinance bank, we should not dissipate energy and go to other profitable agenda. That was my view and my submission. Thank you very much.
I want to believe the observation of Officer Fire is or has now been appropriately captured. That will be presented to the next Congress meeting. Watch out. Your opinion will be well captured there. Please, any other observation?
My protocol, my protocol, the issue of the microfinance bank, I don't think we are too to do that for now. I think we should try as much as possible to maintain our to capacity.
It's alright. What a very good contribution, but my very good friends, what you have just said will have been properly captured under AOB, or if there is an agenda on it. What you are doing presently, you are observing the minutes are just read because you need to adopt it. But before we adopt it, we need to situate it whether everything that was read here was the way it was discussed in the last Congress meeting. But your opinion is very, very good. So we'll deliberate on it. recall that the election that brought me on board was actually faced with a lot of complexity. I won't let me describe it more than that. I have heard in recent time that some people have said we never knew he has that good intention. We have a misinformation about his identity. The reason why I must appreciate God. Oftentimes when people see it from far distance, probably, I have this kind of way that I walk. Some people see it as a gangster's attitude. Some people as accused that I don't extend pleasantly. Even if you know one will expect you to do this, or it's understandable. This is politics. But whatever it is, I'm just trying to let you know, to justify the reason why I must start this meeting today to the glory of Almighty God. That it is not by my might or by power what God has used me to do to the progress of this society. And I believe that I've never come, so I'll say this clearly again, for personal advancement. I have come purely to serve Him. By the glory of God, when I will be giving my stewardship, either very closely or later, I know it's very, very honorable for me and to the glory of God. Please note, I have come purely to serve. If you have anything, any rumor about my person, please kindly come to me. This is politics. They will misinform you. Come to me and justify with facts and people. Is the issue of rice? Is the issue of brand? Is the issue of cooperative investments? I've even heard we have never taken approval here on some of the things we are doing. I'm glad to inform you I have documents of minutes of Congress that gave us approval to all that was executed. Is it cooperative kitchen? Is it CSR, corporate social responsibility? Is it this toilet you are doing? Name it. There is nothing this administration has done without appropriate approval from the Congress. If you want me to read this paragraph of the approval that was taken as regards cooperative kitchen, please permit me to do, because I needed to make this clarification, because I've gotten feedback of some of the misinformation that is going around. And it is never that a shock, because we're talking about politics. Your opposition must justify the reason why they are never in your support. They must justify it. Approve those projects is having caption on cooperative store, kitchen, and CSR projects. The president suggested that in order to increase welfare package of members, there is a need for the Congress approval on the cooperative store, cooperative kitchen, and community social responsibility. Officer Okmara Polinos said, "We must understand that we are CICS, and though investment is a good idea, proper monitoring of all our projects must be our utmost priority." Officer Oke Fatai thanked the new management for their laudable investment proposals. He then moved motion for the adoption and implementation of the proposed projects, while Lukman Ogunkunle seconded the motion. I'm surprised we started hearing we did not take appropriate approval, because it is not my personal money, and some of these things I'm not going to be the one to use it. Okpawia, new bodies of I will buy a house. The project, I'm not going to take it to my father's house. It is for you. It is yours. God will help us. Having clearly stated that, like I said, the glory and honor to the Almighty, to whom some of the efforts we have put so far has been allowed to be achieved. I want to please inform us that there are many agendas today that will need your contribution as well. Contribute as your mind feels. We are just there as a think tank, assuming for the progress of that place. And we won't do whatever he said we should not do. He might think this is right. If he said you don't want it, you do the little, you leave the rest. May God bless us. Having stated this, I want to call one of the most respected senior officers in this command, who also doubled as the 2 IC. Sir, on behalf of the commandant, I believe the commandant's address should be addressed now, sir.
The chairman of the Cooperative Society NSCDC, Oyo State Command, members of the executive, cooperators, good morning, everybody.
Morning,
I have my own way of making my own speech, so I've scribbled out something down to read as the address. On behalf of my state commandant, Commander Tadaro Michael, I can tell you, may I use this medium to welcome all cooperators to this all-important Congress in the second quarter of the year. I would say that we appreciate the effort the executive has put into existence in the assumption of office with all the things we've achieved so far. I know that this gathering is imperative at this time for all cooperators to come together and deliberate on issues that will move the Congress forward and that will move the cooperative forward. It's my prayer that we all as cooperators, we arrive at concrete decisions that will make the cooperative to continue to work stronger. At this juncture, on behalf of my immediate commandant, Commander Tadaro Michael, I declare this Congress open and we wish you a robust and fruitful deliberation. Thank you. God bless you.
Please, a round of applause for our most respected leader. God bless you, sir. Not too long ago, we have a very strong belief that Commander to be with us. Unfortunately, official call deprived his presence, but he has assured that if he comes back earlier, he will join this very interesting gathering. On that note, in his absence, please can we have a hand of applause once again for that office? Thank you, sir. Straight to today's agenda. The next on the agenda here is Polaris Bank update. This particular item on our agenda today has almost been having its reoccurrence in our Congress meetings. Fortunately, last Congress, just to refresh our minds, we all resolved that as against the earlier position of the Congress, that the ESCO can now do 50-50% with the management of Polaris Bank. Just as you directed us, as your servants, you have done the needful. An official letter has been written to them, stating the position of the Congress, and we have presented a clause that after the payment of the 50%, eventually we will receive a letter from them that we can go ahead to payments. We will no longer tolerate, because that was the clause of the Congress. that was the Congress, the clause that the Congress attached to the approval, that if this payment is made, it will not be business as usual. When the first one was paid, they later gave us another list from Greenwood that we needed to pay. That we needed to pay. So we are waiting them, but up till a week ago, we have not received a rejoinder to that letter sent. But I need to take it upon myself to call the officer in charge, and I told them our Congress is about to come on board. That was early last week. We are yet to receive your letter, whether it's in approval of what we sent or status quo remain. She told me she will get back to me, that the approval will come from their headquarters. A day after, she did call back and told me that are we ready to make immediate payment of that 50% if approved. I said, I think you have our letter. As soon as we receive your rejoinder to it, we will make payment immediately, because we are tired as well. Some of our officers are already who intend to also collect loan from that bank, Polaris Bank, are being deprived. But some other banks whose their accounts are linked to Polaris because of BVN, they couldn't do so. So when we came on board, I see it as something, and I mean the whole school as well, that's something we need to address. And my prayer is that under my watch, that situation was put to rest. So she assured me that soon we will receive the letter. That is the update as of today. And I want to believe, based on your approval, because the next Congress might be in November. Might be in November. And if letter comes before then, you and I know we will make the payment. So that nobody will come again and say, who's asked you to pay? So
I think the issue, as you said, the issue has been on ground for long. And the way the Congress have approved that the steps will be paid. I think
your name, sir?
CS Akibadi, card 189. So the issue of polarization has been giving us a lot of headaches in our cooperative society. And then the last meeting was directing the vessel to go and rectify the problem, which we said we have already written letter to them. If the letter has been read, they've been go through the letter and the letter was replied, I don't see any reason why not clear that issue and let it go. That's my observation and expectation.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I think you have just alluded to the fact that once we receive such letter, there's no need to waste time. We can make the payment. Any other contribution to Polaris Bank issue before we move to the next agenda? My brother, at the back.
What I would like to say on this is the financial institutions at times they are very funny. Let the cooperative have the names of those officers that were initially affected. And once their reply comes back to the secretariat, let them have the knowledge, provided if the broadcast that is starting to see the people, they might want to use the false attempt now to deny them. But if they are having a copy of this as a backup for them to
debt has been settled officially, I think they won't deny them again. I don't know if you really get what I'm okay, sir. Let's say we have like, for example, 10 of us that were affected. Let the cooperative have their names and their phone number. So if you went back to that bank to get the loan, they might say they are looking for the records checking and they discover that after so time that a transaction was made through their account and they were able to get it. If this thing is not followed up to the last point, they might use them because they are going there on individual. For those that will go back to that bank on individual basis to get a loan, so they will not use that as a cause to deny them. So once it has been settled by the cooperative, let all the members that were involved at the first instance be aware that that thing has been settled. Then if they need clarification, it can fall back on Nigeria.
Thank you, sir. If I get you clearly, you summarily you want us to attach the list of the affected officers to them before we make payments, right?
Yes, so they can actually clear their accounts. Because the bank is very funny.
I know. I just want to know if that's what you said.
Yes.
What I want to tell you is that when they did notify the society, it is an inherited. This admission inherited the problem. We are just making efforts to solve it before we bow out because it's long overdue. I think they sent list. We have the list of the affected officers with us already. I get what I'm saying. And in our letter, we have put a clause believing that no other outstanding elsewhere in Polaris Bank anywhere. It is in our letter that we will not entertain further complaints. If after payment of this one, they will not say there is another person somewhere. I think that has cleared it because the affected officer list has already been sent to us. They have their, and we have the list here as well. So sending them certain lists, I think is unnecessary.
Thank you, my president. What I'm really saying is, when any member wants to go there now, it will be on individual basis. The reason is that they must clear their account that they are not owing them again.
And that is what they will do.
Yes.
It's all right. That's what they will do. Thank you.
Feed those people back that we have claimed your cause. The bank will not take advantage of them.
Okay, please, before you make your comment, sir, additional information from my from Ebu Financial Secretary. The fact is that once the payment is made, it will be publicized on our various platforms, and the affected officers will inform them to go and check whether the account has been cleared. Thank you, sir.
I am Paulinus of card number 113. Oh my God, yes, I want to add more elucidatory points on what our brother is trying to drive at. There is something we call credit bureau and credit rating in banking. Immediately this money is paid from the secretariat of our cooperative, you should demand that the bank should clear the debt of as such affected officers from credit bureau centers, so that when they are doing credit rating, CPM will not say they are owing. That clears it. They don't need to start telling anybody your name. What you need to do is tell the bank to ensure that all the affected persons or persons name forwarded to them should be cleared from the credit bureau office, so that the credit rating of these people will come back to 100%. Thank you very much.
Wonderful contributions there. I think that has been noted by the secretariat. Any further on Polaris, so that because we have quite numbers of issues to address today so that we can move forward. In the absence of no further conclusion on that, I will have no other option but to move to the next agenda. The next year is on cooperative land issue. We intentionally needed to include this on today's agenda. Basically because in recent times we have received lots of complaints from various locations of cooperative lands where members complain their lands have been encroached. And I recall, because I've been in the cooperative system for quite a while now, I know previous administration has always been coming to inform us that every member that benefited or that are beneficiaries of cooperative lands should try as much as possible to take possession on their land. We are using this medium again to inform you. Please go and take possession on your lands. The cooperative activities and businesses is becoming large and large every day. Land matter is just a branch of cooperative business, just a unit. And each unit, for you to give it the expected productive output, you need a lot of energy to do that. Do not let us be burning another energy on the issue of lands unnecessarily when you have been allocated for. Those who are going to be given their documents, it is understandable. But those that have been appropriately handed over to take possession of their lands. Though, if any issue happens, cooperative cannot still leave you behind. But Yoruba man sọ kankan, wọ́n ní ọmọ tó bá ṣípá, ìyá máa gbé. If you have taken it from a very good side, it's easier for us to fight your battle for you. Please let us do that. Anybody with a good ideas on better ways. My own administration, I doubt there is any administration except my own administration that is not buy lands. This administration has not bought lands either. Because our plan is to solve all the land problem we met on that, not to add to it. We have come to solve problems. So, they say, no man is an island of knowledge. You might have a better way that cooperative lands can still be handled. This is why we brought it here. Is it Alabata lands? Is it Mulari? What's it called? This other area. But they will affect it. We will receive quite numbers of complaints. And this thing sometimes can, be disturbing. We have tried on those that we can, but we cannot be everywhere. These lands are many in various areas. Please take possession on your land. Any contribution to that effect before we move to another agenda? Yeah, you have something to say? Yes, sir. Please kindly do quickly.
Thank you, my able president, sir. Please, I want to use this medium to. Hello. I want to use this medium to also advise our land beneficiaries that, as the president has rightly said, taking possession is very necessary, and as well, probably you can hand over the land to someone in that locality, probably for farming purpose or for such a person to be able to manage it. And also, you can also be trying to be clearing it once in every 3 months. At least the president, there is nobody that want to encroach your land. Once you see that you do come there once in every 3 months to clear the land. Please, let's all take to that advice. Thank you very much, sir.
Any further contribution on land matters? If not, we move quickly to another. Okay. Start from it.
Permitting to stand on the existing protocol. On issue of life has become a kind of daily bread. What I mean by that is that every day. So when you look at it, every community they are now facing the problem. So even the so-called military land or property has been encroached. It was in the past we have respect for the uniform organization of society. So as the first speaker rightly said, that whoever is having land in any of the cooperative issues should look for someone to be looking after the thing for him or her. It's one aspect. Another aspect is this. If I personally, reason why I'm being discouraged to go for cooperative and even where I came from is because of this attitude of I'm buying it for future purpose. It makes the community where this land is being located to be pushed. Despite that the surrounding might have been developed, it makes that place to look something else. So, and it was in the past that people have fear of God. Nowadays, even the one you have already erected building on, they are ready to remove your building. Not to talk of the one you abandon. Whoever is having that idea of I'm buying for future sake to please remove it. It was otherwise we will lose the land. Because we got a day that even the society cannot be able to defend your going to it. Because it's everywhere. That's number one. Another point is that we should be clearing the place. If the place is properly cleared from time to time, whoever they bring, they will come and sit in at least. So that person might have maybe observed something already. Somebody has that someone already have the possession of this. So we should at least from time to time be clearing our land. Another thing again is that I don't know if the society or the beneficiaries, as we are having various platforms for the land owner at different locations, if they can put the resources together to make kind of a perimeter fencing, so that at least they will have a kind of gate. So whoever, if they can demarcate it, it will also it's going to be a big sign for whoever that want to use backdoor or whatever to claim the ownership of that very particular place. Let's start for example, the one at Ayebo side is in our own community. There is this cooperative. They bought 6 acres of land then, total 25,000 naira years back. Now in that area, a plot is around 4 million. So the homeowners themselves are all upon the corporators, the owner of it. Look for this place, it has been a kind of an hideout for this criminal. So they called them several times, but they did not eat. What they did is that they sold part of the land. When they sold it, they do perimeter fencing for the 2 acres that remain. They took the matter to the court, and to God be the glory, Omonile won. Because they said that the place has become a hideout and is threatening the security of that area. All what God can say that they should pay the society 4 million naira, which just a plot, the cost for a plot. Who now lose is the society. So God will help us. Let's take the matter very serious.
I just want to talk a little about the land matter and what I would like the present administration to follow. Like, I happen to be the one of the beneficiary of Alata at Crane, right at Crane. I remember there was a time during the past administration that everybody, we have to go there when the issue of the encroachment started. We even went with some arms men. They realized that some of the people there, they encroached into our land, and we actually told them to leave. In fact, the action we took there that day, some of them still kept calling me that, hey, share anyone more that if we want them to pay or this, that, and that. But to my greatest surprise, I don't think this present administration follows suit. Why I said so is, not quite long, someone called me, one of our officers called me, that we should try and report at the site. That some of our officers sent laborers there to work. They started the foundation, but in fact, they were beating blue black on that day. They chased them out of the land. People that were taking us before, they are now the ones chasing us out of the place, and that place is already open. It's habitable. As a matter of fact, they are renting houses there now. And we that we have land there, probably because we are not many. That's why this present administration is not following what the other one started. So I want my able president and his people to try and look into this. So it's not been a matter of our land etc. Then other people are taking it from.
Yeah, I will call you now. Thank you, my sister. At least your comment is to put us on our feet to do more. But I doubt if we have adequate information about the case you are referring to. I doubt. You might, but that's why I'm using the word I doubt. This particular case you have to Pierre just reminded me. Because when you mentioned it, I was like, there's never been any case of land matters that have never for once acted on. In fact, this particular one you raised, I'm even happy to use this as a case study. We were in Abeokuta cooperative, Ogun State, their AGM, when a persistent call was coming on my phone. I had to excuse myself on the high table to receive, and I was too informed about this case. Immediately, I had to put call to head of intelligence, and I had to call commandant. Immediately there, in fact, I was outside almost 30 to 1 hour going in because of this particular case you are talking about. We were not on guard. Now, eventually, they sent officer there. What's the name of this guy? Who are they in court?
I went there that day.
I forgot it. You can go and ask him. To the end of the issue, they were reporting to me. I was making frantic efforts before the issue was put to rest. That was why I doubt if you have interest. You said the administration should try and follow suit of the efforts of past administration in helping on some of the issues like this, right?
Yes, because assuming you follow suit.
Like which issue, which suit?
What I'm trying to say is that assuming the effort we took there on that particular day, we went with our personnel. Then they were telling them there was even a particular man beside me. They said it's half of the land that is his own, that the many half belongs to the cooperative. But simply because they realized that we have relaxed, there's nothing of such again. And we don't know the boundary of our land. So it's that.
All right. The armed personnel that followed you, do you know who engineered it?
The president and his people went with us as well. We are not the only ones now.
I think
yes, during the yes.
Now you said we should follow what they are doing.
Yes.
Now that another thing happens, I'm telling you the same effort was put to place.
I'm not saying you didn't
do anything this one that happened. But I'm trying to tell you that.
Okay, you are just encouraging us to do more. Okay, I think that is clear. To do more. I love issues to be clearly addressed. The way you present it as if issues of land matter come to our table there, we did nothing. So I needed to clear that even more than you have ever experienced, we are doing more than that, and we have done more than that. Thank you for putting us on our feet. We will do more, we are sure. Any other issues on land? My sister.
I'm Oladele. Since I want to talk personally on land that I bought, which is giving me, I'm having issue on that land. Oladele Margaret Bumi. I think I got the land a week that the executives are handing over to another. And I discovered I was not given anything. When I finished paying for the land, I wasn't given anything. But I got to know later that the land was that some set of executives have bought that land before, and they knew
which administration place.
Is that
which administration place?
No, I bought the land when when they wanted to hand over to Busayo. I think the last week of their handing over, that was when I bought it. But I paid for the land during the tenure of Busayo. So I now got to know that yes, the previous administration, their executives, some of the executives bought the land, and they discovered that the land was swampy. They left the land and got another one. And the same land, the set of executives left was the one sold for me. 2 plots. When I got that information, I've not collected anything and I finished paying. And I took my time, I went down to that place. During that time I'm sorry because I have to take time. When I got to the place, I discovered that during that time it was a dry season period. But I discovered that place, even when it was dry season, green leaves was coming out of the place. You will know that definitely this place is swampy. So I met a guy there, and I told the guy that please, I met a guy planting there, and I begged the guy that during rainy season, please help me snap this place. And exactly when there was raining, the guy snapped the place, videoed the place, and sent it to me. And I went straight, I printed it out, colored printing. I brought it down to cooperative. That time, I told them this. I finished paying for this land, and I didn't collect anything. And I learned that it was a former executive that bought the same land they sold. They sold it, they didn't tell it at the rate they sold it at that time for me. They increased it, that's why it was traffic place. So I told Busayo, through that time, myself and Busayo, we were having issues about that, and I was telling him because that. I needed that, if I didn't need that land, I would not pay for it. For me to pay for 2 plots of land, and I didn't see anything. I can't say I'm the owner of the land because I didn't receive anything pertaining to the land. No agreement between me and the cooperative. But now, I think your tenor have come to me. I've presented the issue to you several times. Which I have to come again. I submitted that the printed copy to you again. I've reviewed like 3 times and I think nothing is coming out of it. If I've denied myself paying for 2 plots of land for almost 3 years now, and I haven't got anything, not even a paper, not even a line that I'm the owner of somewhere. I don't think it's a good idea on part of the country.
I sincerely please one house, please.
One house. House, please, ma'am.
What our sister has brought to bear here, only see I can't blame you. What you are bringing here is something that even myself, I will overreact more than you have done. When you brought the case to my table, who even encouraged you to be here today? Who encouraged? Please, I want to let people know. Who encouraged you? I asked her to come here. And the reason is, she has truly tried by coming to say, when are you guys solving my problem? And she wasn't the only one. Eshon Deborah, the person she with, is also a victim. There are like 3 or 4 of them. And I have told you, though I'm not surprised you are raising it again, and it's why you are even helping me, so that by the end of the day, when the executive eventually reallocate the lands, another lands for you, we will not be crucified here. So why do you have to do that? So you are making the job more easier for me. I think I'm saying. I have told you that we are going to settle or solve the problem. The issue now, I have told you that the same Alabata land that was used as a compensation for those whose their land were taken away by railway in Ologweru, the same land I said will be allocated to you. The reason why it has not been done for you is because we are having issues on that land. The surveyor is trying to do beacning for the division of the land. If they do it overnight, some people will go there and remove the beacning. Faceless people. In fact, we have to summon for emergency meeting for all the beneficiaries so that we can do the fencing on all the land to take full possession of the land without encroachment. If you don't do that, and there is no way your land can be another land can be allocated to you without division of the land, the beacning. You cannot just take it to your first land and say, okay, take this side. You can take one from there. It doesn't make any sense for you. So until the right things are done, I told you the society under my own administration, the issue is going to be solved. Well, I said what I told you. He said, no, I want people to know. Your issue is going to be solved. But you cannot solve the issue until surveyor did the right thing on the lands. And we want to take position by fencing the lands so that the cost on the stage we are here now is that we have asked Ajao to send us quotation. He has sent quotation of almost 14.something million for the fencing. And some other things, excluding materials. We have asked another person so that we have several quotations because the land is so massive. I'll call you, sir. The land is so massive. What we are even resolved now is that aside from we have resolved to do partial fencing on the land, and same time, each individual's corner piece. So that going there, you be able to. So you will be able to discover your land without anybody's guidance. That is what we are trying to do now. And we must be careful. Ordinarily, we should have done that in time. But because of the mentality of our people, if you just say, so amount of money has been deployed for so something, individual is to pay so something. The next thing on their head is that, this ESCO has also had their own. Being very careful. So you don't have to rush to it until everybody resolves that we should go ahead. And we tell everybody this is the amount involved. When we divide it, this amount that we added up to your 350,000 naira on the land. If everybody is not in acceptance, so it won't do it. If any issue happens on that land, we all know that it is all of us decision. I won't force, my vision will not force anybody to do a project by force. A lot of them will be castigating me for trying to assist on the land. That's what I've been avoiding. Until we take our time to carry everybody along and they give us approval that please go ahead with the fencing. And that's what's creating the delay. Please, if you have been patient, exercise more patience. It will be solved. God bless you. My brother.
I want to appreciate the present for the approach. What happened just devoted this our dear sister. But at the same time, I am not in total agreement with that approach. He said that this gentleman has raised a lot of germane issues that needs critical analysis and questions. Who are those that occupy the land? She alleged that some people, some past executives, sold the land to themselves, and we are planning to give her another land on whose expenses. We have to question and investigate what happened to the land before we can provide solution.
Thank you. Please, my brother, I have always knew you to be a very brilliant officer. You have come to a very critical angle, and that will be answered strictly without criticism. Our claim is genuine. The land is swampy truly, because that has also been affirmed by the present Shigwe. I think ours is around Apete, yours is where? Ijoku. That has been affirmed. The reason why we resolved at the executive level to reallocate another land for them. As regards the past executive whose allegations comes on, my dear brother, with all due respect, it's not my duty to probe into that whether somebody. But what I'm interested in is the confirmation of the fact that the land is truly swampy. No, but if somebody has paid the same amount that all other beneficiaries of the same plots of land in that area or in that location paid, theirs are not swampy area, ours is swampy. She must add value to our money. So that land automatically belongs to the cooperative for now. If another person comes, in our own idea, we'll be thinking that maybe we will reduce the price for anybody that's interested, or sell the same land to the same person, but hopefully or knowingly that the land must have appreciated. We will not sell it at this amount they are selling it there right now. It's either they sell it the same price or we reduce the price for whoever is taking, voluntarily taking, making interest to purchase it. But for now, she has paid just like every other person. She won't take out from the place a new land. She has the right and we have resolved to use that.
Sorry, I'm going to share. But Jemali
Officer K, ọmọ yẹn ti náwó látẹ̀kọ́. K, Officer K, please.
Thank you, my chairman. Thank you, my chairman. My name is Kaya Donorosi. Please, I want to urge my chairman to just be patient, and anybody that brings the issue of the land, answer them, please, because don't be tired. Those people, those presidents before, they were already put a load on you. Please, because the land that they will go and buy land far. If that where I'm living now, to go to main road is 300 naira, 200 naira. It's far. But after that, for me to now come here to work, it's far. That's the reason why people are not going to build their land. That's the reason why. So don't be tired. When people are talking about land that they are not going there, they want to sell their land. It's not that they are poor or they need money. It's because that place is far. And the reason why we bought land in cooperative is to guide our property. Our properties are not guided. Please, where I bought the where I'm living, the first day that I entered that place, they took all over my property. Please, after that, I'm just using it for you to be patient when they bring issue of land to you. So, please, my chairman, be patient and answer them, because those places, they will have sold our people's land, but because I am there, they cannot touch it. The people that they are not even on their land, I got their safety for them.
Standing on the existing protocol. My name is Superintendent Adeleke Yekini. Yes, first and foremost, the way Ibadan is developing is incomparable with other states.
Constance, let us reflect at the
Yes, the way Ibadan is developing is incomparable with other states. The Ibadan will say, you want to say baby, Oleba. I don't know whether you know area carry very well in this Ibadan. The area carry was shaped up by the landowners. They shocked them seriously, as rich as they were. They locked their houses and left them to sleep in hotels. Yes, if you know area carry very well along. Now, let me tell you, you can't approach this problem by the way you have said it. The way and manner you can approach this problem is tackling it from the root. And the root is consulting. There is nobody that will say, I am the owner of the land in Ibadan. That you not trace their history, their forefathers will be having 1, 2, 3 wives. And that's what they call Igun Alakoko, Igun Elekeji, Igun Eleketa. If possible, you say Igun Elekeri. You want to tackle the issues, the land problems. You have to go to the root. You want to go and demarcate and say you want to fence the old place. You have seen a situation where they build house and when they got victory, they bring bulldozer and bulldoze a whole house. Not even the fence that we are talking about this time around. A whole house. If your property is there, they bulldoze it together. I want to tell you that you can't tackle that problem that way. In Ibadan, you might have been living in a house for past 30 years. Sincerely yours. If that Igun that I'm talking about are not touched, you see there will be problem. And day in, day out, year in, year out, people that bought land from cooperative will always come to approach one administration or the other. It may not be your administration alone. Now, my sister that has problem as regards swampy area, where no land, no portion of land is wasted. I may grow up tomorrow and say I'm looking for a land to do fishing. A swampy area is good for fishing. It's not waste. No other. I'm not saying that you can't dig into certain things. You solve problem, you don't dig. Like my brother said, you cannot just dig into and saying you want to investigate. Are you saying they didn't buy that? They bought land. But your administration, you will utilize such information or such situations so that it will stand the test of time. I want to tell you, there will always be problem because when certain people, maybe their children, the number 2 people, maybe our own children is not grown up and they grow up, they will now say, yes, we want to dig into what you people have said, you have sold. Equal number 2, equal number 4. And there will be problems. So I want to advise at this junction that there will always be problem. But look at the way you want to tackle the problem. If you are tackling a problem, who will hold you for tackling such a problem? Nobody will hold you. You will tackle it from the root so that there will not be further problem. That is number 1. Make sure that you get those that are agreed. Those that are agreed on that land. Those that are removing your beacons from the land. You put one here, they remove it. You put another one, they remove it. Do your investigation. Get them. What is the problem? What do you want? That's number 2. Number 3, go and check There are protocols when you want to buy land. The lawyer is here. I suffered so many things about land, but thank God today I'm victorious. See, go to the Magaji of that, what is it called? Agole. There are always, the law says there must be Magaji and any other two. So if the Magaji did not sign, you have not tackled the problem, but there always a problem. And do something such that when we go to court, you can take land, cooperative can take land issues to court, and you become victorious for life. So don't panic. Challenge them, except you didn't buy it, except the history didn't tell us that the land that were bought were thorough. Do the normal thing. If it were not thorough, you can do the normal thing. Who are the mortgagee of this place? Who are the mortgagee of this place? Tackle it, and you'll be victorious. So that this land problem gradually we go to. Here I want to submit on this land matter. I don't think it is something that, except you are having people that are bothered. Please let us handle it with care. Thank you.
Tiago, okay, make your comment first, but make it quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Wage. God bless you, sir. I think if you listen to the president when he was talking then, the genesis of all this is, I said, and I quote, the issue we are having presently, that one of Alabata, it has been addressed and we are still on it. But the issue of possession is very, very key, just as what you mentioned. Our people bought land that the cooperative local, they now abandon the land. Some people for 10 years, they didn't even care to know about the land. They have not cared it for once. And you said I built in cooperative land and I'm living there. I have some people that their land is there, just like this observancy is having issue. Our land is there, only there. And it's becoming unbearable, sir. That presently we have issues in Akwete to that the people come and take possession of your land. If it's to give it to somebody to be farming, there are some areas that are developed. There is only our land that is bush, thick forest. Then all these money there, these are advantage. We are giving them advantage, opportunity. Then you now have a problem. You will now be rushing to cooperative to solve the issue. This is what we are saying. Take possession, clear your land. That one as it is. On Alabata land, the issue just as we narrated, we are on top of the situation. And I think the president will. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. I have not. Okay. Please.
You have the record of those people who are having unclaimed land or unaccessed land. Call them, let them sign documents.
Not on access. They have given them allocation.
They're giving them allocation. And they expect that the land is on the land
for 10 years.
If they think the land is on your neck, sell it now for a better price. Yes, a higher price, you make your money. Maybe they need another. When they need another land, they come to you now. There's no problem about that. Instead of creating problem for the cooperative.
Sorry, please. I need to quickly make clarification.
You know, it's not a sin for cooperative to buy the land. Okay. My name is NSC at number 189. So, see one thing, you know, the cooperatives were clearing. So it's not a sin for cooperatives to find land for cooperators. One thing is to take possession of your land that cooperative bought for you. Another thing is that you refer it back immediately. Once you didn't take possession, honestly, all these things will be giving cooperative, all of us, giving us headache. Most especially the people that are on the phone that are the time you have a problem. So then the issue of this matter is the one that confronts all these problems. Now, what I will suggest is the operator doesn't want Resco to be buying land for them again. Let us be stated each year. And the kind of land we are going to be buying, let us each year. So, hello, President. I think this issue of land, you need to address it very well. Maybe when you put it together. If the operator doesn't want executive to divide land for them again, as part of welfare aspect of it, let us state here, if you are going to buy, then what are the criteria, the strategy you are going to be using to divide land for operator? So,
thank you. Sir, please, I want to quickly address something. You know why my very good friend, Superintendent Yekini, was making contribution? He made very critical and beautiful contributions. Most importantly, on ways and manners on that land issues should be addressed. Sir, probably you are not aware that I am a peace and conflict officer, in whose tutelage aspect of lands are areas that are areas of specialization. The aspect of land matters. You might be speaking out of lack of information. Anyway, it is not your fault. It is based on what you have just heard here that you address. The land in question was not purchased by the present administration. What we are saying here, ab initio, was for members to take possession until these are officers, and six-star, raised our own concern, which deviated the conversation. And I think that is where you are addressing. When the land was purchased, I was part of the administration, which is Busayo's administration. The land you are talking about, I'm taking the land we want to use to compensate her, which is Alabata land. After I submit, I will give this microphone to Mr. Akitonde. More than what you have stated was what Busayo administration did before the land was purchased. In fact, those that sold the land are the Baale of the land, not even Magaji. The Baale himself, and he signed. When it comes to the purchase, in fact, cannot be under administration, and the right things will not be done. More than the three categories or levels you mentioned, we did more than that. And on the land matters, especially the battle here, you continue to, if you say for another issue not to happen, we should tackle it from Magaji, from this way, but which we have done already. Then those who have paid for the land, we have to wait till perpetuity. Maybe when they are retiring, they cannot build on the land. Maybe when they are retiring. Sometimes you take action to possess the land in question. All necessary documents have been taken. All necessary personalities that are necessarily expected to sign the document signed. The issue is that some people will see the rest is a normal thing. But those are the ones when you try to take possession by doing fencing. We will eventually take possession of it. By the time you fence down, they won't be able to go into it again. If we say you want to see them, do you know how many times we have even engaged them? We have done meeting. How many meetings have we done since we came aboard? It's uncountable. Busayo meeting, the entire nation do how many meetings? How many people my on the land. So when you talk here conveniently to say, Eshebai, more than you have said it, you have done more than that. More than. God bless you, sir.
Yes, sir. So, starting on this, as the president rightly said, actually on this of Alabata, that's not that the present president came from the peace and conflict unit. We did not stop with that. We even engaged the service of GSC Owola, which we know that is really equal on this of land matter. That was before the payment was made at all. So series of investigation were carried out, as President said. Many homes were visited. Many title owners were visited to really probably convince that the right is getting from the right place and from the right people. All these people Mr. Wake was talking about, they were all gathered. People the one that are not even based in Ibadan here were all
of both the legal aspects were being fulfilled. All the fact we exhausted, where we are not supposed to go, we enter there. But land will still be large based on the value of it. God will help our present executive as they are putting more effort to solve the issue. So they have been tried, they can still try more. God will help you. Thanks.
Once again, I am Polios Okara. Based on experiences we have seen on land issues, the first underlying factor is that we should take possession. Cooperatives should not waste our money on land people fail to take possession. Our money should not be wasted on a genuinely purchased land which owners fail to take possession. If it happens, they should dance to whatever cost it will be to reclaim the land. That's one. Two, we should advise any ESCO, either this or any other coming ESCO, to look at topography of lands before buying land for us. In the area where I built my house, this is my neighbor here. About 65% of land here are swampy area. We cannot continue to make the same mistake all the time. For swampy areas, we should blame those who are buying it. But not claiming lands is not the fault of ESCO. In our place today, if we have not built houses in those lands, they would have taken all the lands belonging to our members. This my neighbor here, one day they nearly killed her. If not because we stood our ground that land belongs to us. Somebody built on the road, we went there and fought. Even the chairman of the community, he's my friend. We fought him to the last plot, and we made sure we reclaimed our land. If we fail to take possession, it will have become an acrimony that cooperative will begin to waste our dividends, fighting for a land that was genuinely purchased. So please, let's take possession of our lands. And furthermore, let us try as much as possible to do something on the land we have, taking possession by putting corner piece. That is another thing. Because if you are taking somebody to a land where there are demarcations, he will be asking you some genuine questions. There are things we don't even try to do when land problems come. Because if we continue to play cooperative on issues like this, they will be wasting your dividend and will continue to say it is small. My brothers and sisters, let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. That is the right thing to do. May God bless our cooperative. Thank you very much. Amen.
Thank you, sir. That is, I want to believe that a concluding touches to that. Please, I've seen two of you raising hands. May I inform you that we have 12, or let me say, left to 10 critical agenda to be deliberated on. Issue of land, we have brought us to inform you, go and take your possession. But we are taking issues out of it, we are spending more than close to an hour or more than an hour. While we still have very important agenda to deliberate on. But if you raise hands, it is not mine to force your hands down. We must allow you to speak. But know it in your mind that we are here together tonight.
I want to ship in something. The day I went to that Ejogu, I discovered that cooperative did wrong, some things that are very wrong. When you get there, no people that hold that land, I think you can bear my witness. People that hold that land, they cannot get to that place and locate their land. They did not do anything there for them to locate their land. Unless you come down to this office and bring out their master plan, which is not true. They're supposed to do something that at least your name will be there. Whenever you get there, you'll be able to know that this is my land. It's not that Ejogu. Sir, it should not be on paper. If I collect any paper here and I move out to that place and I couldn't locate my land, how will I do it?
Sorry, before you make contribution, unfortunately, my sister here was her name by this. This is the officer I was talking about. Sir, before you make your comment, sometimes ago when we were in Abeokuta on the AGM trip, who was calling me? What effort did ESO make? What effort did I make?
I'm the one that called you.
Okay, what effort did you make on the land?
You try your best then, but later on, some other thing came up.
Like, I want whatever fault
From the community, even the parent sent his boy to the place. Now, you try your best then, but I cannot blame you because you are not the one that bought the land. The present at the policy assistant. But cooperative did some wrong thing there. All the pillars there, they did not number the pillar.
Is it the present administration, please?
Not, I say it's not the person that this person that bought the land. It's the past administration. The thing that giving some of our beneficiaries here permission to locate their land. They're supposed to number all the pillars. If you want to locate your land, to number all the pillars so that everyone can access the land. Up to now, some people don't know even know their land.
Please don't mention them.
Kalejaya, I tell my name. The second now, I heard that the Bali Alata write the cooperative because they are stopping us here. You don't know the content of the letter that they wrote the cooperative. Please, we want to know what is going on here.
Okay. Alright. Officer Kalejaya, thanks for shedding a little light on the issue at hand. Regarding the issue of the letter you said you wrote to us, the secretariat has just informed me. That day, we were on another trip on another land, Alabata land, with the Bale of Alabata land and his subjects. On the same land there that was in conflict. The same day was the day they said we should come and they will be having meeting in the they just write a letter of invitation that the community will be having meeting that they will expect us there for representation. And unfortunately it clashed on a particular day we are trying to go and solve another land problem at Alabata. So definitely we will get back to them officially.
No, you have told them that they are going to come and they said you should come there. Now say they will come there.
Okay, that's true. So we have informed them that we invite them. We invited them to come here so that we can have conversation on what they expected us to come and do over there. So we're expecting them anyway. God bless you. At this point, we have overflowed land matters. And we just have to do this so that everybody will get out their minds. Like look as if we shut some people down. On this note, the concluding part, while you are concluding your minutes, sir, Secretary, is that it was resolved at the Congress that members should go and take possession of their lands. God bless you. The next on the agenda is cooperative investment, updates and insurance. Almost all the Congress have held have always been making sure that fix is there so that members will be updated on all the investment of the society and the status quo. So far, the only investment, before now, past administration, we cannot blame them because most of our officers needed to build houses. They focus more on purchase of lands. But investment started fully under Busayo when it commenced pure water factory. I was opportune to be vice president there. And if you look at my own campaign promises, I believe society, international best practice of cooperative affairs has moved from the mere giving loans to investment to boost the financial base of any corporate society. This will inform the bigger dividend you are expecting at the end of the day. And as a result, when we came on board, we introduced to you the POS, which today, the amount that was used to establish it has not only been recovered, we now have excess profits at the society. We also introduced to you cooperative kitchen. The amount used to do it was presented in last AGM. So far, we have made more than £1 million within a very short time in that place. About cooperative bus that we purchased, I have been advised that the account should be presented on the AGM day because it was purchased under this. You know, immediately we purchased, some people say, they didn't present it in the AGM. Anything after 10th of January of every month, not January alone, we are in another month. Unfortunately, when we purchase around, I think around February or March. We are already in this financial year. So the account will be presented in next AGM, not the previous AGM, as against variable month. So far as I speak with you, lots of money in areas of rentage has been, within a very short time, amounts to the computer base. Not compared to what the amount I was used to purchase it. Though, being left to me, I will tell you now here, so that, but I know that people start dragging issues because I know our people. But on the AGM day, every expenses on the bus will be clearly informed to you, based as being practiced traditionally. As regards, what's it called?
No.
No, I'm talking about investments. The cooperative stores. There are misfeelings, because I don't like shying away from the truth. There are misfeelings. Some people are believing that, do we think we really need this? Do we think the magnitude of the projects worth our environment? You know, there are different mentalities, and I understand their positions. You know, I will tell you, there are leaders and there are leaders. We have some leaders, I'm not priding on this, please, with all due respect. We have some leaders that have short sights.
Time strategy.
They have some that have medium sights. We have people who have long sights, things that will bring about better advantage of whatever they are doing to any system they find themselves. I know when we started cooperative kitchen, some people condemned it. Today, many of those that are condemned are enjoying it now. It is understandable. You must criticize. You know why you must criticize as a critic is that you put the leadership on their feet so that they will not misbehave. That's why I always appreciate critics, because I'm an activist myself. And the major aspect of an activist person is to criticize the system and provide solutions. So when I'm a victim now, I will not blame anyone that's doing that. You are only putting us on our feet. What is most important is that we get our documentation ready. When you are ready to check whether we have spent your money unnecessarily, we will give you documents that back up all our activities. Every naira spent. Treasurer, are you ready to do the accounting now? Will be given to you. The files are available. At the beginning of a file, you see every one naira spent on all our projects. At the right time, and I believe by next year, just like I mentioned about the issue of bus, every expenses to be presented to you. And I want to inform you again, the said project was duly approved by the House. But that is not where we are going, because you can see on the agenda, we situated or slashed the issue of investment updates alongside with insurance. Here, sometimes ago, when the pure water factory was built under the immediate past administration, it was an advice that the place should be insured, looking at the magnitude of the investment there. And we brought a lot of insurance brokers here, they presented. The House has approved that it should be insured. Though we have not done that up till now, we have gotten the approval. For your information, the insurance on the aspect, if you want to go against it now, you can go against it now, please, before we go. But it has been approved here that the place should be insured. But I need to, because of our people, I need to restrict it and restrict it. No, I'm just saying it. But the issue of the boss, you know, out of like 4 investments you have now, we have POS, pitching, pure factory, we are about to add up the cooperative store to it. But 2 is significantly important on the area of insurance, which is the aspect of the pure factory that has been approved and the area of the boss. Should we insure the boss or we should not insure it? Whatever you want is what we are going to do. You can see, as you say, insure, some people have reservation. Please, contribution, please. Contribution. Or should we do it like this? You might want to know the cost implication before we engage on this. It is almost brand new. If you want to buy brand new bus, if you're going to like 18 to 20 million, as we have done. But this one is not up to 9 million. It's not up to. It's not up to. I don't understand because I know there will be another. We will deviate immediately because of my people. But you get those parts soon. And you have me full. Why can't you go along?
I am the existing protocol. My name is Well, before you insure, there are some both steps you have to take. You need a valuer. Because you want to insure something. Can you insure something that is whole? Or can you insure something that is...
Sorry, sir. I don't want to waste time. All those things you have done.
You have done the value. What is the value?
The value is the amount purchased for the boss. For now, it is not about pure factory that you have to value the engine and the equipment there. You have to value the current amount of the building. Building is different about us presently. It's about the value of the boss. No other thing.
You talked about documents the other time. Are you telling me that you have engaged a valuer?
Yes, submitted. They have submitted.
We have made the insurance. They have seen it. We have told them. That's what I'm saying. That do we need the value? The amount on the insurance on the vehicle first. Do we have to inform you before we go ahead, or you say we should just go ahead? That is the question I asked now. Before you leave the house.
About the boss.
Is that? About the amount. Well, the value of what the insurance, the brokers told us varying from one broker or the other. The mutual, we have like 3 or 4 of them.
Unit trust.
The unit trust, and the fact is that some of them said we have to pay. Do you still remember the figure? We don't have the figure here, but because they are in variance, and we have not resolved, and since we have not carried the house along, whether it should be insured or not. So we don't want to bother ourselves. I want to even come here with the various so you know what? Can agents, let your other listen to figures. Don't let me give you a figure. Oh no, don't let me blab. Let me give you specific figure. Let them go and all there are like 4 of them. I give all the ranges. Let them go and bring it. So that I can't recall any figure
So now after the value, then you now look at there's nothing wrong if the value is okay. You cannot insure something that is maybe you look at the bus may be fashionable, but the engine wise, it might not be. So by the time the valuer will tell us what it is, then you now look for a very good insurance company. There are dead insurance company in Ibadan today. So look for the insurance company that are first class in Oyo State and maybe in Nigeria, so that by the time we want our what is it called, our claims, we will get it right. There's nothing bad in insurance. I so support. Thank you.
Thank you. There are two issues attached while we are waiting secretary to bring the documents. Okay, sir.
Sorry for the problem. Olajuwon is my name. One, I want to ask, what type of insurance we want to do? Is it comprehensive or comprehensive? If it is comprehensive, one, I can share a little light on that one.
I like to hear.
On comprehensive, if you buy the car 1 million, you can't reduce the price. You need to tell them the amount to buy the car. So you can't take that 1 million. Yes, it's very simple. So we don't need to argue on this. It depends on how much you buy the car.
Sorry. Thank you. Let's just await the documents before starting on the existing protocol. I acted on the Zorudin at number 1198. So just as the last speaker said, it's a very straightforward bill, and based on my experience on it, aside this third party, which is a mushroom one of 5,000 or whatever, this one, it has to do with the cost of the vehicle. If you like, reduce the cost. If you like, you increase it. You are still going to meet it there. So, and it's negotiable. Like the one that I did the last, they will tell you, as you said, that various insurance companies have their own policy, and all that's very strict is still negotiable. At times, what we say, 3% of the cost, 5% of the actual cost. So it now depends on you. And what I can advise here is that insurance being who they are, I can the present executive should try and take their time to go through all the conditions, the clauses, because they are very terrible human beings. So no matter what they put there, they always ask a place where they will hide in case of any incasity. Because it's very, they like taking your money. Company out is always the problem. So, and also on our own part, that's why they say it's also good faith business. Let's think from our own side here. The likelihood of any incasity that may likely happen. Think wide, so that when we are entering to that contract with them, we might have exhausted all the areas. Maybe in the future, agriculture may drive it, Java may likely drive it, because they are so terrible. If any unfortunate thing happen, maybe by that time the vehicle in question is the hand of another person. They will say, but look, when you enter to this was not part of our business. So let's make it wide, comprehensive, so that you know them, so that you don't pray for any incapacity. What will happen? They will not have a place to hide and submit. What a beautiful contribution from another business officer there. Like I said, there are two issues attached to that particular agenda. Number one is the area of the bus insurance. Number two is the aspects of our pure water factory. I want us to listen carefully on this. I have been ruminating critically about the bigger outputs about pure water factory, looking at the value of what the society has invested here. How do I do? I discovered that the building was purchased in 2011 by Abadebayo administration, and so far approximately it was started to have been purchased 12 million naira. Baba Dokuta came on board, they renovated the building and put it for rent, like 2 million, making 14 million. The Middle Past administration invested on pure water factory on close to like 25 or 30 million, everything, including the Kano purchase, add 30 million with 14, making 44 million. The present administration, as approved by the House, is already making effort on the aspect of a bottom line. If at the end of the day, the amount to like 55 or 60 million based on the value of the building, I believe that particular business should be bringing in very standardized outputs for the society that will give us enormous dividends if we have invested to that value of money. As a result, I thought it while I shared with other school members that I think there is a need for an independent board of trustees to manage that place. If I want to be selfish, I will say I am the city president today. I don't want such aspect of power taken outside my sight. But a leader must look beyond personal interest. It's not about today. It's about tomorrow when I will also be bowing out. Every one of us will be tired. So I've discussed with other ESCO members and we have all resolved awaiting Congress approval that a 7-man committee, an independent board of trustees should be constituted. There will be independent outside the cooperative body here. The reason, secondly, is that cooperative activities here is becoming more comprehensive. Is it loan we want to talk about? Is it land? Is it electronics? Is it some of the investment we have just established? Is it different complaints from members? On a daily basis, we treat different cases. As a result, there might not be effective attention as expected to that business, looking at the value that the society has invested there. As a result, we thought of constitute maybe just 5-man committee from the Congress here to go and help us look at how such combination can be made. Ordinarily from our own side, if not because it must be a Congress committee. This should not be an executive committee. It should be a Congress committee. Ordinarily from our own, let me just share our idea. Our idea is every ex-officio from that 7-man committee should be automatically be the chairman of that board of trustees. The reason, over the years, we have observed that any man or every president that usually comes on board have had a lot of experience. Some of them must have served in different capacities before they become president. They also get a lot of experience while they are in president before they bow out. And when they bow out, they are always just a armchair member under any current leadership. In other words, their experience are just wasting away. Such experience, I believe, should be used automatically in that area. In other words, when another president leaves, his tenure lapses. He becomes the next chairman. As he leaves, another person produces, so that their experience will not be a waste. 2, We also think that every vice president and assistant general secretary are usually an armchairs. They live at the mercy of a sitting president. I am a victim of that. Automatically, the sitting vice president and AGS should be automatically a member of social board of trustees. The AGS should be automatically a secretary to the social board of trustees, while the sitting vice president should represent the leadership of the sitting president and the sitting leadership there, making three. 4, we thought of here that Congress should approve 2 experienced Congress members who have knowledge about this pure water knowledge to join them. The Congress will nominate those people, and their tenure will be determined by the committee that will be formed to go and develop their tenure and other activities. 2, making 5. The sitting treasurer, because of the expenses, he will pay money, they will receive money, should also be automatically part of them. And last but not the least, 1 past executive, either from Adebayo's regime, from Olokota's regime, from Momo's regime, or from Busayo's regime. 1 past executive should join them to make 7 viable committee to help us see to the output, a reasonable output of that gangantuous investments that we have made in that area. But that is just a suggestion from the executive. But I believe a committee should be set up here to know whether such formation is appropriate, either to restructure, cancel, and reformulate. I am thinking so about that we cannot have such an investment there and enormous supervision. Expected supervision duly will not be given to expect a good output. On our own part, we have been trying a lot. In fact, what we did is that we did what we call ESCO rotational supervision. If the FISEC goes on Monday, to go and supervise them, by Wednesday, another portfolio will go there, maybe 3 hours. That has been what we have been doing. But we have observed that it is as not as effective as expected. Why not have a different board of trustees, 7-man committee? If at the end of the day, by November, the committee will come and present to us, these are the, and we'll nominate them here. By next AGM, we swear them in to start seeing to the progress of that place. As they are swearing in new leadership, okay, so our election is coming up by December. As they are swearing them in next AGM, the committee will also be sworn in to see to the affairs of that place. This is what I have thought, and it has been shared with other ESCO members, and we have ratified together to present to you. Please, contributions. My brother.
Thank you very much. My name is Sunday Abiyaku, card number 1663. Honestly, we think well, honestly. Because a kind of business like that, everybody knows that the business is a business that is moving. And it needs to be supervised. So I hereby said, or let's say agreed with you that you should nominate committee. But the committee you are going to nominate, I don't buy the idea of putting the necessity into the list.
No, we don't get it. Okay. Number 1, this is not there.
Okay, sorry, treasure.
But number 2 is that those committee, what I'm saying is that we will form a 5-man committee here.
Okay.
That will now go and help us do the following. Let me state it. Okay. Number 1, either to agree with what the executive have said of those 7-man committee. Those 5-man committee are to go and work on the 7-man committee board of trustees. The 5 will select here. What I've said is not automatic here.
Okay.
If we are to select 5-man committee to go and sit down and do the formulation of the constitution of the committee, 1, of the benefit of those committee, what they stand to benefit as their own work, to state their mandate clearly, and how to be reporting to the Congress. about the activities. Those things and more other things are what the committee we are going to formulate now will go and sit down to do. Whether those same one committee I have mentioned are in tandem with what is appropriate. They will now recommend to the Congress for Congress approval or otherwise. And in November, we'll be having another one. So that by next AGM, we'll be swearing them in. You know, we'll be having another Congress. So the committee to be formulated now, the apartment committee, to go and sit down and work on what we have suggested. That's what I'm saying.
But can't you do it in this way?
Okay.
The committee now, as you can, from this Congress, you can lobby, you can this way.
Yeah.
By still waiting till next year. How is that?
It's all right. Let's have another opinion. Yes, sir.
Yes, about committee. You mentioned AGS.
Let me mention AGS. Ex officio, 5% and AGS. Central, one past first ESCO, then 2 Congress members.
Okay. But if ex officio or AGS or other people that have mentioned, they are still in the
serving.
If directly under ESCO, I get it. And you said that they must the form of function duty on the level of the West already. We are still doing the same thing. But in the first place, let's look for the people that have experience. We pay the water tracking something. So let's look for the people that have experience in line of a pure water party. You can pick it. And if you remember, one I just we mentioned something like that we have a friend between that time. If you can keep people around, you can get other people that have experience in this area. I get it. Don't let's get it on maybe head official or this for that, so that we have target a good we achieve our target, our goal.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Sir, I think you understand him well. What he was saying is they want to nominate 5 committees. Is that 5 committees that will now sit on the 7-man stuff that is involving the executive? Is the 5-man committee that will bring it out if we accept the executive to be part of them or not? It's just a suggestion. By the time the 5 committee comes out from their meeting or whatever, they can decide not to put not to add the executive. Thank you.
Standing on the existing protocol. Actually, for this today, that's 1198. I'm very happy to hear that the present president sort of having an independent management of our investment. It's a very good thought. It's what I've been taking, because maybe the among those people that put that place in place, he has been giving me a kind of a sleepless night, because when you look at our nature of job, you know that any of us can be moved to any part of this country. The question is, what happened to that very particular place? As he rightly said, they have a very tough work to carry out there, and there is a need for an independent person to carry out the operation. The only side where I'm not in the same side, of course I'm not in the same side with them, is still having some of the executive, though it's a proposal, anyway it's a proposal, because what I'm looking at that place I look at it, I'm looking at it as a place where even at the retirement of any of us or any location where we may be, the amount that may be coming to our purse in form of dividend may be even very, very tangible if it's properly managed. Because I depend on whoever we are giving to run that place. So when we look at it like NUT and Co, they have an independent person. Though from the inside, they will not be oversee their appearance once in a while, so that to ensure the proper accountability. So at this point, maybe it's too. I've seen a situation or an investment which is being in form of a list. Maybe you have a kind of targeted amount. Though our own here, I don't know what we are being realized so bad that we started that business. I tend to see that we are being free from operation of that place. If I say, okay, this is a pure water factory, whoever is going to take this place, on yearly basis, we expected 2 million from you. We expected 3 million from this factory. So we don't bother what happened. The person might generate more than that. If any of the government breakdown is the one that will be responsible for it, or what we need that this agreed amount should be paid to the cooperative every year. 3 million, 4 million, it depends. As we are running the end of the financial year, the president executive should be able to tell us this is what we have made this year. Even by the time the bottom line might have been concluded, also we will know how much that is coming from that place also. So we will now want it to give it to an independent person. We will now want to run it as partially part of the other. So we are going to see that one. But as it is today, it's a kind of suggestion. I would rather suggest that instead of constituting 5-man committee now to go and start thinking or breaking something down, how this place can be run or who should be responsible for it. I would suggest that let the present executive run it and let's see what are we going to gain or what are they going to declare by the end of the financial year. That will really help whoever is going to deliberate or we are going to give the task of go and look at this, look inward or look outward. Who is the best person or the best idea to run this our investment for us? I often said that I don't know whether I can quickly chip in this because it's very, very germane. Because we are here. If we look at when we started that very particular project here, the people that contributed, some of us are late now. Some of them are late, like Baba, the two I see, and some of our funny heroes. Have we ever, for once, sit down and look at what is going to be the interest of these very particular people? Because and also the so-called retiree that we started this project.
Sorry, sir. The issue of retiree, we are still going to get there. So that they are chipping in alongside the retiree aspect is here.
Yes. Let me be fast about it. Mr. President, you don't need to start constituting 5-man committee to see to look into what our constitution allows 7-man committee. We have seen our time. In the bylaw, there is something like board of trustee. You create investment committee. You can do it here. The only thing you can bring forward is, okay, if you must be part of this committee, you must be an PSC holder in ignorance. If you must be part of this committee, you must be a business administration course by course. You understand? And you form maybe 3 or 5. By the nature of our job, you go to state commandant. Am I still having? After constituting those that will be involved, communicate the commandant, because you cannot expect them to be effective in their department or unit. Communicate the commandant, they will be given assignments by the cooperative so that they will know that it's their daily job and they can do it effectively. Instead of us saying this, let us control 3. 3 is okay. Then you give them the task to go ahead and make sure that something very tangible come into our purse. Then if they cannot perform within 3 months, then you can always call back to the Congress. Then we renominate another people. There's not somebody who is backing economics that will not perform in that area.
Hello. One house. Hello, my name is Koyepe Sunday Akemi. Koyepe Sunday Akemi. I want to go with my Oga, Officer Akintonde. I want to buttress what he has said concerning this issue that we are addressing. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, when you were addressing us concerning this issue, you said you have some of your officials that are living at your mercy. Living at your mercy. You made mention of the AGS and the. No. Sir, please, sir, don't quote me wrongly. What I said, you are close to it, but you stated outside what I actually meant. What I said is that usually the office of Vice President and AGS are oftentimes live at the mercy of their office holder, which is the president, for example. Let me tell you, in the bylaw stated clearly that in the absence of vice president role, so in the absence of the president, the vice president shall act. Now, if the president is always on ground, it means that the vice president will just be sitting down everywhere. As you can see, he's just sitting and sitting. So that is why we said we should put them to use. That's where they are going. Exactly where I'm going. But you contact me on this. That's not my idea. I'm sorry for that. That is exactly where I'm going. Like what Mr. Clinton has said, that we should stick to it between now till the end of this your financial year. Yes, I want to suggest that we should maybe allow the AGS and the vice chairman to go ahead with it instead of setting up another independent committee.
That's another good idea. It's another good one.
Another good idea. So please, more contribution, please. Officer Paulinus.
Yes, once again, I am Paulinus Okara. Within the cooperative context, it is very important to note that we have cooperative consumer society. It is an independent cooperative society team. In most cases, they are elected the same way we elect our ESCO in this normal cooperative. But in the absence of that, a very laudable and viable option of committee implementation or constitution becomes quite relevant. Investment committee cannot be wiped under the carpet. Because of what? Because of profitability of investment.
how are we going to know whether they are performing optimally or below average? There must be a comparison between the operating capacity and the expected capacity. Who is going to do this? It is the investment committee that will go and compare the same status of investment of our pure water factory elsewhere and check their capital base, check their profit base, check their running costs, and check our own whether we are overdoing, underdoing, or doing other things that are not necessary. You see, education most times in Nigeria is what they always use in placing people in places of in high places, but it has failed us in so many times. I don't want to talk about regime now because we are in a regimented organization, but more often than not, we should look at people with adequate knowledge of what we are talking about, that will go into that business, who have the capacity to do financial management and other things that are entailed in the management of companies like that. We cannot just keep on investing without control. If we have control, we have better business. There are a lot of pilferages that are going on there, which our ESCO cannot control. They are here now. Independent people who are being paid salaries are controlling an investment. What if they produce about 1,000 bags and 500 is going into their pockets? How do we know? So it is proper to have a viable, trusted investment committee to take charge of this our multi-million naira investment. We cannot continue to sleep and think that even our forefathers, through our prayer, because we like prayers a lot in Nigeria, Ọlọ́run ló máa ṣọ́ investment wa, dábàá ti ṣe Ọlọ́run ò ní ṣọ́. Let us do the right thing. I agree with somebody who said we should not postpone the evil day. Let us start from now to check inward and see those who have the managerial capacity and have the technical know-how to move this business forward. And that is the best way we shall go and have profit in all of our investments. Thank you very much.
You can see that knowledge disease abounds. No one can claim islands of knowledge. Some of the things that was raised here has broadened the capacity of the reasoning that brought up this idea. Should we, the only area I would like to shed more light is that it takes us nothing to concede if we are all agreeing, because I can see majority and are alluding to the fact that such an independent committee are necessary. On that note, should we do the nominations here? The reason why I will prefer looking for somebody to do that on our behalf is because there are more to nominating them than not. Are we going to talk about this amount that should be given to them here again? Are we going to talk about the mandate to be given to them here now? These are the people that should go and sit down and say, for you to have a good output of whatever you are thinking, you need to take time. Some people need to do that on your behalf, just like we are doing the business of society on your behalf. Not all of you can come now and say, okay, we are pretty form, we will have a sign. I can say, some people must be dedicated with such work. And they will come back, I said in November, to tell us what they have formulated. We can now adjust the report to suit what we want here. Then we do the nomination. So we have known that they have done every of their report that is comprehensive to cater for their benefits, cater for their mandates, cater for their the period, because they cannot be there in perpetuity. They must also have the non-elongated, the non termination. What time are they supposed to bow out for another people to come in? This thing, are we going to discuss all of that here? That's the reason why we need some people to go and do that thinking and report back. We either we now affirm with it, align with it, or we say otherwise by adjusting it. For us, please.
The chairman, when a committee is about to be constituted, there is always what we call terms of reference, their area of operation. It is your duty at that table. You will form that committee. Sit down. Bring out the areas you want this committee to work, which you have observed. If you have not observed something, you wouldn't have called the attention of Congress that there is need for committee. So for this reason, there must be
But you can go through this, let them pass it around. This is what you have had so far. Let them pass it around, let them go through it. The next on the agenda is notification on cooperative seminar and commissioning of cooperative centralized toilets. Just like we informed you last Congress, we tried to let you know the reason why we have put up a seminar for all operators. I recall last year, the expo were criticized, and most of the seminars that are available, it's only the executives that are enjoying it. I don't know whether you still recall. And we told you we also have something in pipeline for all operators. Just like you have promised, eventually the time has come.
That means those on secondment will not benefit, will not enjoy this.
Enjoy what?
The seminar. People, okay, secondary. No. I said those on secondary. That is, you are in a I want to know or ask the person that will
Secretary being the chairman of the sanction committee is because of his capacity. Among the executive, you cannot put an engineer to go and do the work of an accountant. Among us today is most skilled in that line of the projects, followed by that small but mighty guy over there, the financial secretary, before the rest of us, and okay, followed by AGS before the rest of us. And his capacity to that is known even beyond his service there. And we need to put somebody who has that capacity in that place for effective production of our expectation. And he's not complaining anyway. He has been doing your time too. You also refer to the fact that your question have defeated the issue of voting, but I will address it because it's still a line of IT derivation. The aspect of from response on question, you see that thing is work in progress. The aspect of cooperative being fully catered for. In fact, there's an aspect I have proposed that I want to have a text officer, a land phone, where members will be calling in when you have issues, where somebody will be situated just like a desk officer, like you do in banks. I get what I'm saying. You call in, aside from calling individual ESCO, you just want to call the office. Somebody will be situated there, and I've told them we open a book whereby serial number, purpose of call, the person that call, the officer in charge, maybe a bookkeeper 1, bookkeeper 2 is reporting, bookkeeper 2, and the remarks, whether it has been attended to or not. I've said every day, all executive and bookkeeper, when you are coming, the first thing to do is to go to that book, check where deliberated on. We'll beat the guy that beat the, what's it called?
Digitalization.
Digitalization. Like I'm saying, we'll be here so that everybody will see the effectiveness, whether it is going to be useful or not. Let us suspend that so that there is no need. You know, you have said a very reasonable thing, something we have not experienced directly, whether it will work or not. Let us wait till November and let's see the outcome that will give to us. I've told you, no interest anywhere. Whatever the society wants is what we do. We are just thinking on leaving a best legacy for the society. At this age, go to anywhere international best practices. This is what they do. IT is driven everywhere, and we cannot wait. If we wait, the system will leave us behind, and I cannot be part of a system that will not be in tandem with what is in vogue. That is why this are brought here. Since you said we should hold on, we will hold on to November. God will bless us. The second aspect of our life, we have somebody else who want to make comments on same thing. Okay.
Good afternoon, I want to talk Friday just spoke about you want to make any decision. I think I should be two-thirds of the. When we are talking about two-thirds or no two-thirds, we cannot be stagnant. We have to be sincere to ourselves. Now, before this meeting started, I know how many had the PRO was outside calling everybody. You were there calling everybody, and you were not here. If we continue like that until we are to talk, we will be on the spot forever. That's there are some things that we have to take. We have to take our stand and decision and just move on for the association to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I've even forgotten. Please will respond, but let me say this. I've even forgotten. You see, very unlikely. We do not only try as much as possible to fulfill the provision of the law, who says 2 weeks before Congress, notification must be put on to line or to members. We try as much as possible to meet up those 2 weeks. We went far beyond that to inform PRO, even on his own personal efforts, to repeat. In fact, at the time somebody said it on the platform, we have had you, we are coming. And the reason why we did this is as a result of the issue of sovereignty. These are the impact of the way some people sometimes behave. You will call for meeting, they will not come. And they have forgotten that Congress approval supersede whatever anybody say anywhere. Now, I will not mention it. One of our colleagues who have served in the capacity of cooperative before now was saying on the platform that me am not in support of sovereignty. So people are saying that. You know, I felt a bit, I don't want to use the word ashamed, sorry. I felt a bit disappointed that if you have served in that capacity, you should understand the power of Congress. If you say you are not in support, are we going to say deliberation of platform on a mere platform should now neglect Congress, what Congress has said? Either you are here or not, whatever they say is banned, including me, is banned on me. Even if it's just only 2 people that is here. If it's just only 2 people that is here. If you refuse to come for Congress and the decision, and you can see, that's why we even on the next before we commence the Congress, we were waiting for people. We were outside calling them. In fact, I have to go to operation. I went to reception. I went to mess. I went to almost all the departments. It has started really about come and bear your minds now. It's not as if we will now agree on a particular decision. You will not be saying, we are not in support, so you are just wasting your time. If you cannot say all those things here, this is what the Constitution gives power. Go and check page. I want to read it to you. I go page 23. Let me share it. On the power of Congress. The power of Congress supersedes whatever anybody say anywhere. And we'll continue to sensitize our people. So please, we cannot always wait for 2 thoughts. Okay, now we are done. So people do not wait. They are. Okay. So that is on the issue of tutors. Still on positive effects of digitalization. There are like 3 items that are attached to it. No, 2. The second one is the aspect of I've been thinking aloud and I've discussed that with other school members as well. Judge on it. On how members can benefit international conference. I believe every year, all operators who have been doing well, every year, 10 nomination will be done on the Congress here. Those who will be privileged to go for an international conference, courtesy of the benefits of our digitalization. I will tell you how. The handler, our digitalization handler, has told us that we can have a unified statement of account, which is a strong factor and requirement in all embassies. Recall, every fund that comes to society's accounts every month is not less than 48 million naira to 50 million that we used to pay loans and so many other things. No embassy will see such statement of account on behalf of its member that will not grant approval. Personally, I've been working with a colleagues in UI who are in the areas of going for international conferences. I'm aware that Nigerian Army, Nigerian Police are also going for some of these international conferences. But the only thing is that it is their system that are sponsoring them. Unfortunately, we are deprived that in our system there. But we can take advantage of what the system has gotten, which is digitalization. One house, please. One house. We can take advantage of what the society has brought up. Whereby, if 10 members are sponsored, the word sponsored is relative now. We are also talking about because we don't want to drain the society's force on behalf of some people. The 70% of what the amount that's going to be involved will be paid by the beneficiaries, 30% by the society. And we'll take it outside of the education funds that are usually set aside under appropriation yearly. If you are going, because you are going, the society wants to help you to have an international exposure. So you must also be a contributor. And you are going to have the lion's share of contribution. 70% of it. The society will add up. So any member that is not a privilege, that's not privileged this year, the following year another 10 people will go, the following year another 10 people will go, the following year, before we know it, the society will even decide to increase the number. There are lots of international conferences out there. Sometimes there are people sponsors. But they will not grant you if you don't have the requisite requirements, which society has now had through our digitalization. So by God's grace, God willing, by next year, if we are still privileged to be in the leadership, March by June next year, the first set of people, if the Congress approved, the first set 10 members will be embarking on Canada journey by God's grace. That we can assure you. That we can assure you. But like I told you, it is not going to be. Sorry, please, let's go on. Let's go, please. We still have other agenda to discuss, please. We'll just deliberate briefly on this and we'll leave it to the next agenda. Please, I have not even told you that it is not going to be free for all because there will be criteria qualification for it. And our usual criteria, we all know it. We all know you must not be a defaulter. You must know you must be consistent in the payments. You all know that your part of it will be probably you must not have less than 500,000 as your savings. There will be conditions for such an individual, and you must have been in the system maybe not less than 2 years or less than 5 years. I can say from the system for you to qualify for such thing. All this we are just telling you, if God willing, the Congress approve this, we'll commence that next year. Already, some of the first set of people, some of my colleagues in UI who are going from the Faculty of Social Sciences have gone. They went 2 months ago. So another one is coming by September this year in Canada, but the Congress has not approved that. So we want a deliberation on this, whether this should be C2, so that by next year, whoever is in power can help us take advantage of actualization to let our members have this international conference privilege. Please, contributions.
You have a very good idea. Your vision is clear. But as clear as it is, I want us to have some kind of adjustment to be able to enjoy this thing. For now, I would want to know the international conference our members are going for. What benefit is going to be to the corporators, number one. Because train the trainer is one of the best things that will happen to any organization. I leave the shores of Nigeria to Canada. I come back. What is going to be the benefit of other members who will not be privileged to go to that place? That's one. Two, it will be pretty expensive for cooperative to go into it. Education for members for now. I agree education for members should start the way you have introduced the seminar, which is going to have a fair number of operators attending. At the end of that seminar, you have achieved one of the 7 principles of cooperative operation, education for members. And what is it going to do? It will translate and transform the lives of operators by being prudent and conscious of financial management at the end of that exercise. So it will be a throwback to the development of the cooperative. For instance, some people are saying Canada, yes, immediately they go there. Canada is not like Mokola, it's not Takpata. You have succeeded in giving somebody free visa to travel and go and escape from the normal route. You understand? So now I'm on a lighter mood, That's on a lighter mood. But the major thing is international travel for now will be too much expensive for this cooperative to bear. Listen, for as that matter lies on the finances of the cooperative, it should be done locally. Locally in the sense that a large number of operators who have not benefited from the seminars conducted in form of education will also
compensation funds year in year out on a mere statement. In fact, this local seminar what we are doing on the 23rd, after Mama has done it in 2014, this will be the second one. And I believe I want us to be thinking outside the box. Yes. Let us always think international ourselves. I believe, you see, if we look at some of the projects I'm doing, I'm not doing the best. Whatever I will not do, I won't do it at all. Whatever I will do the best. That is the way me I reason. My car has been very old. All this while. I'm supposed to have changed it. But if I'm to change it, I want to get something better. I do want to get something that I'll still have to manage again. That is the way me I reason. I love thinking. In fact, my dream in life is not to even retire here. I'm just saying this. So sometimes the angle to which we have come to discuss matters with you. But like I've said, it is not my personal money for what we are saying. We are saying it's society's money. So we must take approval. It is our joint money, and we are all going to benefit it. In fact, the way I see it, you talk about, okay, I almost forgot. You talk about what is the benefit of the society. Benefit, you are very correct. The mentality I even have, and we have discussed within the executive, is that the set of people that will go are going to be those who will now be delaying our local seminar. When they come back, the team leader will present what they have learned over there to others. I am saying, and we will have that way even expose other members. Internationally, many of us, the way we reason here is because we did not leave the shore of our confinement. Anybody that travel, when they come back, the way he reasons, because some of the things we talk around, because anybody that says, maybe you are going to get it, they will assume you are dating the person. Go abroad on the ship like this. Somebody you don't know, they even beg you see something with that is mental thinking that you live about. You know what here? Well, that is my own way, that's where I've done and my exposure. God will help us. The next agenda right now. Okay, conclusion. What is conclusion and resolution on this? I mean, raise your hand. Raise against. Don't be able to sorry. Don't be able to. Sorry. One house. I'm still privileged today to be here. Tomorrow you'll be here. I'll also be there. So when you directed the affairs, I will also be listening. Sorry, please. Those in favor, I will address your matter. You see me now. Those in favor of this agenda to raise their hands. First, everybody there can clean it. Everybody can take it, so that we see function. What tell am
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh yeah, those against the agenda, raise your hand. Those, I know what I'm saying. Those against, raise your hand. None. Those in favor of suspension, raise your hand. Oh yeah, I know what I'm doing.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Time.
Are you the one that counted it? Those in favor of suspension, please let me say again. Why do you have to raise hand twice, please? Because nobody have any interest anywhere. We are in democracy, but those in suspension should raise their hands.
Ẹ bá mi tún wọn kà. Àsókè.
Please, suspension dey go down everywhere, please, sorry. Put down the calendar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Time.
Now we have a third. No. Okay, we are not babies. I don't let us move forward. Those in favor again, please raise your hands. Those in favor.
Even some are not voting. Let's
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Fellow colleagues, it is obvious that we have a car.
I joke now.
Thank you. It is obvious that we have a third vote. And ordinarily, the president usually have an extra vote on all issues as stated by the bylaw. But it is not going to be dispensed here so that it will not be misinterpreted. On this note, I will appeal that this issue be suspended. Please. The next on the agenda is commencement of cooperative housing scheme. For many of us who are not here, in the last Congress, therefore, you know, when you are talking, you make the speaker to start speaking on top of his voice to want to ensure that his message is well received. If you are silent, I will speak little of my voice. But when you are talking, I want to be shouting for you to get my message. Please, I'm appealing. I said the next agenda is commencement of cooperative housing scheme, CHS. In the last Congress, some of us might not be here. There is need for me to give a reminiscence of what was discussed as regards this particular agenda. The executive brought an agenda here regarding an housing scheme. We believe that
we can help our members who are yet to have houses on their head, or those who have built house and also have intention to have more, can be assisted by the society. That is why we have brought the agenda and to have been duly approved. Some of you might have been waiting, why is it that it has not commenced? The reason is that we needed to do our primary assignment, which is if they are supplying roofing sheets, we want to write officially to the companies that are producing it in wholesales, so that when we are supplying you, the amount you get it will be more favorable compared to what is available at the market. And you are also paying on credit because we will only be deducting in your salary gradually. All this has been explained in the last Congress. I'm only just saying it because as I speak, one of you are just new here, you're like, what is this guy saying? We have started CHS, Cooperative Housing Scheme. It has 4 legs. We want to be getting roofing sheets for all members who have built their house donated and want roofing sheets. We have created borehole where members' houses who needed borehole in their houses and did not have money, cooperative can do that on their behalf. 3, we have also decided that in block making for those who are just starting newly, you just tell us how many blocks you need. The society will supply that amount of blocks. We just place it in your card and deduct it. And number 4, we talk about the frames and doors, whereby the aluminium people only come to your building, you tell them what you want, they will do the assessment and they will produce it for you. The amount will only be placed in your card for deduction. Though there is an additional information from, I thank God I've just cited the person here, who has also clamored that this is a beautiful idea. Why don't we include tiles with it? And that will complete a whole house. That we should not leave that on board. I said, this is not included in the Congress approval. I'm not ready to talk or to be at my do anywhere. So what we are doing basically, why we are raising this is that we have not started, because I wouldn't want a system that will get to a situation and stop, or will not see light of the day. Every primary assignment that needed to be done appropriately, we want to fix them. We want to meet with the companies, write officially to them. The borehole dealers companies, as we have meet with them, we have 3 borehole dealers already. We have seen 2, 5 more that are paid. We have just noted them. The area of aluminium, we are inviting them soon. So after all this has been done, and we are set fully, we will be notified. But we are believing before next year AGM. We are believing so. Ordinarily, I'm supposed to ask the chairman, because the CHS has a committee within the executive headed by the vice president. But I'm asking him, he's not here to present this. So please, if you have been expecting that, the reason is that we want to ensure that we put all necessary things in place before the commencement. As regards the tiling, Mr. Man, my very good friends, do you want to present yourself now and present your argument here now, if the Congress will see to the approval or not? Please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olesino Adekunle. Yeah, thank you. When I heard about the program, as by building the house, moving the house, building of the house, in the meantime, there are no way you can complete that without planning the house. That is why I said that it should be put down to make it 5-year program.
It's alright. Having listened to this, do we all think it's necessary or it's not necessary? We should just leave it to that 4 items. It is necessary. Those in favor, Vice Secretary. This is very important, so I'm not ready to. Secretary. CHS, which is cooperative housing scheme, should include tiling, should raise their hands. Those in favor of it. Those against, yes, come your hands up. Those against, raise your hands. The favor, the favor has it. That is no. Those in favor has raised their hands. We have number. Those against, nobody. So that is the aspects of notification. Question, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, sorry. Okay. My name is Oluwaseun. Now, if you are talking about the 5 legs, talking about the ball training, the house, the European ship, I don't think that completes a house. Now, for example, now people like us now, I know more about iron rods. I don't know why how you want to do the building without iron rods for the lintels. Yes, it's very, very important. So I think the leg still remains. The leg cannot see. In fact, that's one of the major legs that carries house. So I want us to include all the necessary items. Because so I can do that. So I also include people like us to be the chairman in that regard. It's my life.
All right.
Don't let us overburden this issue. As long as this thing is building project, everything that's needed to be done for building is there. Everything. You see, it all depends on the capacity of the applicant. If the applicant can afford POP from foundation to POP to everything, let him go. And so they pay just look in the account. Àti kó wọlé kó lọ síbẹ̀. That's okay, but it should be all encompassing. All building materials from beginning to the end is what is contained.
Thank you. That is a very good one, but I will explain something to you. Do you know autumn time when we are the other side, when I was the other side, many of us, there is a way, just like you are listening now, you are listening very brilliantly. I was also listening very brilliantly then. But I was not listening as brilliant as those I was in charge then. Because when you are in the position of this leadership, there are many things that you might not be privy to. One of those things is the management of available funds. I just told you that monthly we receive 48 to 50 million naira when we default. And sometimes when our defaulters friends default us, it comes down to like 40-38. The issue is that you pay even loan in a month alone. You realize at recent time we are doubling monthly 2 months for loans. When we came on board, I made a debt of reloan of 16 million naira, close to 16 million naira that was left for me. I never made noise of it. I just went and made the payments for those who have overstayed to get their money. Close to 16 million naira debt of reloan was left for me. Now, aside from the fact that every month when we bring out loan, please. Aside from the fact that every month when we, for example, August loan will come out now. The list you see every month is 65 million naira, 70 something, 80 million in a month. And I told you we receive 48 to 50 million naira monthly. Number one, the total funds received that month cannot pay for all the loan. Number two, you pay for electronics. Number three, you pay for what other things will you pay for? Withdrawal of membership, soft loan. The least in soft loan is 5 million. In here, also, before we talk about RIB. Looking at all this paucity of funds, we need to restrict whatever project we are doing so that there will be proper monitoring and caption of whatever we are executing. If you just throw everything to the winds, it will be all dictionary and it will make no sense of whatever project you are doing. We need to restrict it. We can only try for a member. We cannot do it all. As time goes on, we can now be enlarging the cost. But for now, our appeal, let us just resist to that file as has been approved. So that as the society's fund kept on increasing, we can now, open it up for all that. On that note, please, I will move to the next agenda. The next on the retirees, update on retirees and death benefits. Update on retirees and death benefits. I'm happy and so glad that already my esophagus is beginning to get dry. I have the leadership or the chairman, member of the retirees and death benefits here. Please, as agreed, because we have resolved that the issue of overstayed or overdraft retirees and death benefits that has been practicing in other commands, not this one. We in Oyo is yet to start. We are starting ours, and I have directed the office of the secretary to go to the pension. They have gotten all retired members, all going to retired members this year. I have submitted it to the treasurer, to the auditor, and based on the recommendation of the committee, the retiree and the death benefits committee, and the approval of this house, all those conditions have been submitted to him to use and let us know those who qualify. And those who qualify are going to be given for the first time in the history of our society by the next AGM. On that AGM, we will do this thing that banks usually do. The check by for each member to be handed over to them. The Congress have approved it, but just notifying you. But we are starting in the next AGM when it will be given to all beneficiaries. But to that effect, specific conditions attached to it, let us remind you. And in reminding you, I will call member of the committee to help me address that, please.
Well, I am not so disposed to talk about it now. I'm not the chairman. The committee has briefed the executive. So the complete report on that issue, I cannot be guessing. So it's better.
Sorry. I got your safe side. But we have just notified you, we are commencing the payment of all retirees for the first time in the history of our society in command by the next AGM. Please note, and it's already on record. The next on the agenda, please. Update on Abuja. You can now. Update on Abuja bylaw review. Not too long ago, we were all invited to Abuja, basically on the issue of review of our bylaw. We hold you the update. And the update is that when we go there, we discover that we discover that just as we left it in the last Abuja that we went, that was the way we still met it. They didn't work on it. So what we did was everybody, the NSQ president, the president of ACC, started reading fashion by fashion to us for amendments. In fact, you are there till around what time? I think around 9 o'clock, if not. So some of the adjustments have been made. In fact, the issue of e-voting that I mentioned here is going to be, so next bylaw that is coming, the e-voting will be part of it. It has been, adopted there and some other relevant areas. So anytime from now,
we might receive if they are done with it o, but since last time we went there, we have not, they only tell us that as soon as they are done with it, they will call all the state chapters for signature. You know, all the state chapter chairman usually sign it before. To ratify and sign, yes, yes. So that is just for your information. In case you have anybody who intend to ask any question, raise any issue before we go speaking on LOB. I think we have today try as much as possible, and I want you to please applaud yourself for staying. Only those that are here, please can you help me applaud yourself? For many of you who have stayed behind to this time, God bless you for the society. We are now in AOB. You can either decide to act on the issue of the value I've raised or dabble into any other area. Please, AOB, quickly.
Now, I want to, Mr. Chairman, sir, please, one answer. I want to talk about that building project that we talked about. And I want us to look at the concept of eligibility. Who are those eligible? Even to take those materials. But I know that it's not that you want to build it from, please, one house now. It's not that you are building from scratch for anybody. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman, I want to have your eye. You don't have my eye, you can only see my eye. I think you can only see my eye. So now what I'm saying is that the concept of eligibility, who are those eligible? Because we're talking about the loan, that some money will given as loan. Now, for instance, now, if I've obtained real loan, I've obtained soft loan, you get now, I've loan. People like me will not see that they are eligible to take such a material. That's one. So if I'm not, that means now it's as if you are giving us a loan, because you have to be eligible before you can take that kind of continue. Hello, now get it right. Now you have to be eligible. So it's as if you are obtaining loan for that purpose. So now what I'm saying is that it should be a free thing to everybody since you are eligible. So, and finally, are you getting a kind of money, a bulk money to purchase all the material available, or you buy it as such when required? For instance, maybe people like people tell people required for window. Will you buy? Are you going to buy it on ground, or you buy it when required? So that's because I don't think money should be apportioned for that without people needing it. So what I'm saying is, so I hope you get my point now. So if you don't get it, I can explain more.
Okay, I will explain. You can go and see, I will explain.
Yes, I have something. I met Aisha, and I want to appreciate you on your effort about our new loan. For some of us that are not knowledgeable about cooperative, somebody like me, the essence of my journey cooperative is to be able to access loan as I when qualified. Praise the Lord. So, what I'm saying is that it is noticed and not clear why that our assessment to Lilo, our assessment to Lilo is after every 2 months, which did not go well with some of us. I myself as an example. So is there anything the ESCO can teach you about this issue of having one loan at every 2 months because of people that may need urgent loan? And what about, I want to talk about defaulters. We have been seen on the platform we will publish their name, we will publish their card, and at the end of the day, we will always pick that number. It's like they're still rubbing hands on their head. That is what I want you to look into. Because if you don't place their name, they will stop cheating. Those of us that want to collect loans and don't have access to it and we are not owing, they will stop cheating us. So I want efforts to still look into that direction.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, what's the name, man?
My name is Akiton Deludi, 1198. So the other time we are discussing on this of our investment. So I just want to take us back there without wasting our time. So now, looking at the investment we're having at various places. So now, the question is this. Every year, some of our colleagues are retiring. We're having falling euros that we started this investment together. And we don't pray for any unfortunate. Nobody, none of us belong this. May God Almighty continue to protect us. So I'm now looking at it because that investment is an entity on its own. It has nothing to do with the law. Now, I want to tell the executive that as we are having the retiring people, as they are retiring, we should be guiding them, educate them, that if they still want to be part of the beneficiary of the dividend that will be coming yearly on this investment, their share capital and investment whatever should be left and retained with the cooperative, so that they will not labor in vain. And also, after said this also, I would like the cooperator or the executive also to draw line, because as recruitment is coming up, everyone will like to join the cooperative. By doing so, the members are increasing. And also, if at all they will be allowed to be part of the people that will be benefiting from the existing investment, I believe they shouldn't be paying what we pay, because the value is increasing, appreciating. Except we are going to rule the line that henceforth we are not going to accommodate new members. If we are accommodating new members, it's into the cooperative, not into our investment. They have to. So it's two ways. What I'm saying is this: the time value of money also is affecting the return on our investment. For instance, that time we okay, everybody's doing 5,000, blah blah blah. So if new member, new entrant is now coming in, that's going to be part of the beneficiary of the existing investment. What he or she is going to pay has to be higher than what we pay to them. So it's subject to review as the investment is going. That's one. Second, also another option is this: except we want to now rule now that this day 28 July blah blah blah, so that we have so far so good. How many contributors are we having on our list that contributed to us? Okay, we are 1,000. Yes, we are 1,000. I want to limit the ownership of that investment to that 1,000 to start set of people to do it, so that we know that these are the people that will be benefiting. No, I know that during the time of putting that investment on, the money we contributed was not enough to give us, but we borrow from the cooperative. So we are still the contributor, we are still the people that how that thing as at that time. For the new entrant, they have not contributed. For him to eat from it, he has to pay higher. So now depend on the angle we are looking at it. That's one for the existing which are alive. But those who have retired and those that are becoming hero as well. For those that have not collected, I believe it's still going to be part of the people that will continue to benefit from the dividend as of
Thank you, Mr. President. You didn't allow me to respond to Oladele the other time. When Oladele was mentioning something as approaching Congress. Well, it's all the same. Wọ́n ní obìnrin iyọ̀ ayé òní wọ́n jẹ́, and wherever they are, they stand to be respected. But at the same time, I want your office to take care of something, and it can still be taken care of. That is, bringing the Congress closer, bringing the Congress closer to your doorstep. It can still be done. Fine, thank you. Through YouTube, as we are doing, we have usually at national headquarters, they do it. As the meeting is on, you see people, commenting on Facebook. You'll be doing it live. People will be commenting. See, the minority among us may have a good point. It's just meant for the executive to tap from it, not just to say, where are we going to be calling them? People may be in their offices and they will contribute via Facebook. My point may not be meaningless to them, but I know what I'm saying because Congress has power. And from there you can even get a better idea from their comments on Facebook. You can get a better idea that will help your office. That is what we are saying. By the time we will limit ourselves to this physical Congress alone, it's not enough. It's not enough. But when we make use of our social media, we make use of our digitalization development, it will go a long way and it serve a purpose for us. So this is one I want to inform. Then secondly, I remember in the past, it is always every month that we receive loan. But these days, I can now observe that it is every 2 months. You have explained it. It is understandable. But nevertheless, you people should not relent to work and bring back the glory. This is our noble cooperative. If we are still maintaining 2 months before we dish out loan, very soon it will come to 6 months. I thought of it. Very soon it will be one quarterly. Before you know it, people will lose confidence. This is a noble cooperative. I forbid it. It will not happen. It will not happen. But by the time your office try to look at the loopholes, work on it, let us revive it back to every month. That means it's not only seeing what we have done. Yes, you have done well. But that leakage, our house is leaking. That leakage, I pray it will not leak further. Please, God will help you. Thank you.
My name is Oladi. The first issue I want to talk about is that issue of sponsorship. Corporate the next Congress, I would like us to hear it. I would like the next Congress I is going to hold on together. I'd like to bring back and secondly, I want to talk about this issue of the WhatsApp group. It's a suggestion I want to make. That
On what?
whenever there is on WhatsApp, our whenever there is an argument that is possible already that somebody that says something that will throw out and go back home. People are coming back. Either you move or you turn off the comment section so that the argument will not be continued like that. Like yesterday night now, we started, and the only part of it that don't direct that issue of yesterday. They were not here today to talk about it now. They were not here. That yesterday night too, they were raising it, and they will ban it. See, I'm just suggesting that if we get to the issue of eating argument that cannot be solution, please cooperative PRO. Just go and later in the night. Talk to them, please. It's like if it started to cause relation and abusive, please just turn up so that we have a decorum and starting to over any funny stuff on the
I think we have all exhausted our any other business, and I have to say here that some of the areas you raised are the main issue. Waiting for an immediate answer, which I'm going to do right away. Firstly, Officer Akwabade, on the issue of cooperative housing, you are actually asking what is the criteria for qualification? If we are going to be buying all the products en masse, or it is at the point of request, you'll be purchasing them. I hope I get right. I do not know whether the last Congress you are in this floor, because the criteria, as we initiated the idea, the criteria was also stated. Part of the criteria is that for you to qualify for any of the items, you must not be above 70% in your percentage. I know how to calculate a percentage, all your repayment divided by your salary, it will give you your percentage. So you must not be above that. Number two, as usual, you must not be a defaulter and consistent in repayment. At least the past 3 months, you must have been making contribution. Number four, we also say that for you to benefit from it, you can only benefit from each of the items if you are subscribed for one before. You must finish that one before you get another one, because of the amount involved. Because like I told you, percentage is already calculated. Now, you know why this one is more important than the real loan? Most people will apply for real loan to do their projects. Unfortunately, the money will not be enough for them because the percentage is 50%. But in this scenario, it is 70%. In other words, you prefer the society to do the project for you than collecting loan that you cannot, once you are above 50%, you are not qualified. So you have extra privilege of 20% extra for going, for example, you want to do roofing. You calculated the amount that will be involved in your roofing. It will give you, let's say, 1 million naira. And you are a level 8 officer. You are collecting, let's say, 128, 130,000 naira. You have other repayments in your cards. When they do it, maybe at the end of the day, it's like 55% or 60% or above. Automatically, you will be denied of the loan because you are above the percentage criteria. But the same amount or the same project you want to do that gave you 60% that disqualified for normal loan will qualify you if you approach this society to say you want to do your roofing and you are taking advantage of CHS to do it for you. You know, you have extra, you are still having extra 10%, 70%, the highest is 70%. So automatically you are qualified.
most of our members will discover collect capital loan for projects. And unfortunately, when they are collecting loan, most of the union officer cannot oftentimes get those loans because they are limited based on their income. Because the percentage is disqualified them. How we are getting the logic? We are not just doing things, we are doing it based on logic. Most of our junior officers are being disqualified or they try to do some certain things. Even some senior officers that has overburdened their cash. Ordinarily, they must have been 60-65% or 68%. But if you go through CHS, you will still achieve that thing. Because at the end of the day, you will not be about 30%. But if you are about, automatically, you are disqualified. I think that has been explained, you know. Yes. The second is the issue of loan on 2-month basis. You see, I'm happy we are raising this. And I'm happy that the person that raised it has left, but somebody who also actually make a statement of rejoinder, YK, is here. I appreciate that you are looking at the fact that though you understand what we said earlier. You see, competitive activities, 2 plus 2 can never be 8. Anybody who is always looking for 2 plus 2 to be 8 are always a victim of scammers. They are always a victim of scammers. Because why on earth you are expecting 2 plus 2 to be 8? I've just told you we inherit a debt. I did not just want to overblow it. When I got there, I just got silent. That I was handed over of an outstanding loan of close to 60 million. Probably I will be saying this for the first time in this Congress. The person that left was unable to finish the payments. I elected it. And of course, leadership is continuing. Both asset and liability is expected to be inherited. So I never complained. I just went into work and started working. The fact is that it is a signal that the immediate past administration also has been facing the challenge for him to have left that staggering amount on grant. Mostly it is caused basically on the half of the voters. I've just told you, usually the money that's supposed to come to society cover should not be less than 55 to 60. Sometimes you get 45, sometimes you get 40, sometimes you get 48. Because the defaulters has defaulted the amount. And that same month, those who are applying for loan for that month are applying 70 million. The total money cannot even pay for everybody. You are not talking about this have just told me all the money we do pay every month. Soft loan, real loan, electronics, commodity, withdrawal of membership. By the time you deduct all this, they will be going like 10 million plus. You deduct that from 48 million naira you got from the remittance. It gives 38. We are not talking about emergencies. Some members will come on loan. Maybe somebody is in the hospital or accident. You need to sign the life of that person immediately. By looking for money to pay for that person. It's not part of it. We're not talking about that though. How the emergency loan is not there? How will you now be able to pay for the whole 70 million? Like I said, 2 plus 2 can never be 8. The only thing we have, and that is why we have decided not to do some things. For example, the issue of buying lands. I deprived my administration of purchasing lands. I know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. If I want to have personal interest, I want this administration to also go into lands. I deprive that. Also make sure that we bring back the glory of society to normal. My brother will continue to do more. And by God's grace, our society will be glorious. I think I've just explained that. The next on the agenda, on the observation, is the issue of defaulters pasting names. We have, of course, promised severally, and we're going to do that. You will be surprised by this time tomorrow when my able auditor will be handing up his green pen on the submission of the financial secretary to me and forwarded to him to certify before it is posted. We cannot make promise and not fulfill. We are man of our words. By this time tomorrow, every defaulter's details are on the platform. Please await that. Pure water factories on retirees, investment and shareholder. That is discussed by my able treasurer. Like I always say, once the treasurer is always one. So don't feel threatened, my treasurer here. So you see, what you raised is very fantastic. We have been thinking in that line. Unfortunately, it is going to escape my mind for us to deliberate another time. On the issue of retirees, some of them, when they are living, they live grudgingly because they know they are now on their own. All of us will get to that stage soon. At least today, 11 years have been deducted from my service. I'm also counting, just like you, just like you, just like you. So the earlier we cater for our brethren, the better for us that also moving closer. So that idea is a good one. I've suggested it to the committee, the literary committee at the time. That in the next agenda, please, next Congress will be duly discussed because we are very few now. Though whatever we do here is final, but at the same time, you know the better of our people. They will say under AOP or when everybody has left. Share capital, mostly investment. Those who are leaving investment, who are leaving the society, if they decide to leave that investment behind, because pure water factory, the account preparation for pure water factory will be independent, and the dividends should be shared separately. So whoever that is not living with his investment at the point of retirement should be a beneficiary of that business. But that needs to be duly discussed at the Congress for approval. It's a very good idea. God bless you, sir. Okay, please let me to say something.
Thanks, sir. Thank you for this. On this issue of investment by the retirees, we are going at executive level. We have discussed it at length. Now, looking at the investment on pure water factory, at the point our investment money was increased from 5,000 to 10,000 because of that pure water factory. And when you look at all the money that was spent on that investment money can capital funds. So some monies were taken from the cover of the cooperative. Now believing that people that are coming in now, people that are joining us, their investment as their company will be using their investment to reduce the money that we got from the cooperative. So when we now got to that point that anyone that wants to leave cooperative as maybe as a result of death or as a result of retirement, once they are going, that they can leave their investment, which will stand as their share capital for that investment. That's why they say everybody has this equal rights. That is 10,000 naira as a share capital in that place. Now, if the person can leave that 10,000 naira, but we now look at it that for how long will that person leave that 10,000 naira behind and be receiving dividend from that investment? And that's one angle. Now, when we are looking at the other angle, that okay, maybe people that are coming in now, maybe we should charge them instead of 10,000 naira, like 11,000 naira or 10,000 naira for time value of money. But now, I think it's based on the decision of the Congress if you allow that anyone that's coming in now that want to be part of that investment, instead of 10,000 naira for the investment, to now be 12,000 naira or 11,000 naira. You want to take that tax there for the time value of money, or what they receive as dividend will be lesser than what the people that have contributed to be receiving. So I think it's Congress to decide. Once we decide that, then we now know that everyone that's coming in, we ask them, are you interested in that place? Your investment will not be 10,000 naira, to be 12,000 naira, just to keep on.
Thank you for explaining better on that matter. The next year is the issue of streaming our Congress as raised again by the YK. Very good friends, I think the issue was earlier
people start talking. You see, like as I'm standing here, I love engaging issues.
We'll be having another. If God spares our lives, and hopefully we are praying, we will all see ourselves by then alive. On this note, we now move motion in the absence of no further deliberation. Motion for the adjournment of today's conference. Yeah, please. The seconder to that motion. Everyone is you have to stand up. Thank you. Please, we're Muslim factor, you know that on that behalf. Please, a closing prayer, a Muslim way.
We thank God for being with us from the inception of this meeting to the end. We are praying for the God of faith protection over us and the family and the all at large and over the society. We are praying for the understanding, wisdom, and the power for our executive to take the society to the great high. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Holy Allah, Allah, someone, love you, Allah, Allah, illa billahi al-azim. So everyone will praise.
What the